guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Texas people say at least 220 people have been rescued from flooded homes and vehicles because of rising rivers near Houston. Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo telling CNN no deaths or serious injuries have been reported. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, is announcing $400 million in funding to help boost security and safety measures at synagogues, mosques, and churches. The move comes on the heel of bomb threats at numerous synagogues in New York over the weekend. Senator Schumer speaking about the new law.
It allows you to put in cameras so you can detect who might do something to your synagogue. Fences, strong windows, and 2 years ago we modified it so you can actually hire personnel.
The move comes as anti-Israel protests continue at college campuses nationwide. Well over 2,000 people have been arrested in recent weeks as the protests have sometimes led to violent confrontations between agitators and police in riot gear. While President Biden has condemned the protests, he has received backlash from both sides of the aisle for his handling of the demonstrations as well. Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman joined CBS and talks about the criticism President Biden has received.
It's perfectly normal if you don't agree with the president on this issue or many other issues. But it's very strange that when we have this incredible, important election right in front of us about 6 months ago, and it's really two stark choices.
Gas prices have fallen over the past few weeks. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg, publisher of the Lundberg Survey, tells us how much.
We have the first gasoline price drop of the year as of now. It's a 2-cent decline to $3.75 per gallon for regular grade. This after 15 weeks of surging prices, which rose 59 cents from the start of the year.
This is USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that, when combined, really keep things moving. I drink it every day, and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors: natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
A Jewish organization is out with new numbers on anti-Semitic attacks here in the United States, as a Jewish-owned bakery in Atlanta, Georgia, targeted multiple times and vandalized. USA's Laura Winters reports.
As pro-Palestinian protests rage on college campuses across the country, the ADL, Anti-Defamation League, reporting a 360% spike in anti-Semitic attacks since the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. Now, the latest anti-Semitic attack in Atlanta, where a Jewish-owned bakery shop on the campus of Emory University targeted. The store vandalized, and the owner of Ali's Cookies, a woman named Nofar Shiblis, telling Fox News that a caller threatened to come and burn us. The shop also receiving an email stating, "Your store is going down unless you will stop supporting a country that murders, tortures, and commits a genocide." Police investigating.
A section of I-95 in Norwalk, Connecticut is fully reopened to traffic after a fiery crash closed the road last week. Workers demolishing an overpass that was damaged early Thursday when a car that was merging onto I-95 struck a gasoline tanker that was parked beneath it. Attention now turns to replacing the overpass, which officials say designs should be complete within the next few weeks. And no word if Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan will run in the Preakness Stakes, set for 2 weeks in Baltimore. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year,
Give it up for Josh Malloy. There you go. That's the way we kick off a Monday. I miss my dogs. I miss my wife. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world. All righty, look at that. We cross over the midnight hour. A brand new day, a brand new week. Set to roll. How was that weekend? What a busy weekend. So we had May the 4th, Star Wars Day, which coincided with Kentucky Derby Day. Wow, what a finish. Of course, now we're closing out Cinco de Mayo. That means we'll roll into a Monday, 6th day of May already. Nearly a week in. Welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. So you talk about a photo finish. Yes, the Kentucky Derby was a photo finish. A little bit of a delay in getting the final word on who crossed that line. That three-way photo finish. That was great. And kind of an upset there, right? Long shot. Yeah, there are some folks that made some big bucks. It doesn't get any closer, though, than the photo finish this past day. Kansas Motor Speedway. Can they take it out any further than 1,000ths of a second? I guess technically they could, but yes, it was apparently the closest finish in NASCAR history. 1/1,000th of a second. We'll break that down for you. So Kyle Larson, he takes the victory. Well, we get things underway for a new week here. We always like to take a look at our travelers' weather. Things anticipated to get very, very interesting. Another severe weather outbreak is in the offing. They're in the heart of the country as we start the new week. So let's start right there. But before we get to the upcoming day, let's look back over the weekend. At the moment, the rains have ended in eastern Texas. It's kind of a brief pause, though, because more torrential rain may very well be in the offing here in the next day or two. Flooding, incredible flooding, occurring in and around the Houston area over the weekend. Hundreds of rescues taking place as the torrential rains continued to come down. Various videos posted showing people inadvertently driving into deep waters and in some cases being swept away. As many times as they preach that message, turn around, don't drown. Livingston, Texas is one of those areas, about 70 miles northeast of Houston. Cars, homes, roads underwater. Harris County judge issued a disaster declaration for that county, specifically for residents living closest to the banks of the East Fork of the San Jacinto River. At this time, folks in the impacted area should either prepare, and this was Saturday afternoon, she was saying, prepare to stay where you are for the next 2 to 3 days or leave. People living along the East Fork of the river need to evacuate, she said at the time. Rain gauges in the northern part of Harris County reporting between 10 and 12 inches of rain in 24 hours' time. Numerous streams were out of their banks. Red Cross is on the ground in southeastern Texas. As of last night, which would have been Saturday night into Sunday morning, more than 120 were seeking refuge at the Red Cross shelter. AccuWeather puts it this way, the serious flooding. He puts it into historical context. The flooding occurring in parts of southeast Texas and some of the most significant since Hurricane Harvey affected the region in 2017. Now, this time it's focused over a smaller area and just a bit further north compared to Harvey's days of tropical rains. which in some areas dropped close to 60 inches of rain. At least one spot bested a record set more than 100 years ago, and that's NOAA's National Water Prediction Service at the Navasota River Gauge near Easterly, Texas. Now, forecasters urging residents, don't let your guard down. Oftentimes, when adverse weather conditions last for days, people kind of get weather fatigue. You need to take every notification seriously. Ensure you have multiple ways to receive watches and warnings, because as I mentioned, the range, you've had a brief break through the day on Sunday, but we've got a new system that will be coming into play later today. Starting out west, and we begin to see the signs of that on the radar with some shower activity, nothing as far as severe weather, but rains falling in parts of Utah, western Colorado, a lot of spotty shower activity on up through parts of Wyoming, Montana, northern Idaho. One thing you will notice if you're traveling out west will be the winds. Wind advisories and high wind warnings in place from Montana all the way into southern New Mexico. Northern Arizona, wind advisories. The winds are going to be kicking. Motorists along I-40 and I-70 will face dangerous crosswinds. Now, this is the next several days, as a matter of fact. Winds 40 to 60 miles per hour. Going to be sweeping across the southwestern states as we close out the weekend, then move into the high plains later today. Now, in the range, 60 to 80 mile per hour winds, local gusts approaching 95 will occur over some of the mountain peaks in the central and southern Rockies, as well as the eastern slopes of the Rockies. After the strongest winds Sunday were blowing through northern Arizona and northwest New Mexico, northward into Utah and western Colorado, those gusty conditions will spread eastward into the Dakotas and Nebraska today. Now, this will make for difficult travel of areas blowing dust, reduced visibility. The direction in which the winds are blowing can create, obviously, additional hazards if you're traveling along the major east-west oriented interstates. By later today, I-90 and 94 will be buffeted with strong south to southeasterly winds. That could make for some rough travel. Across the southwest and the southern plains, where conditions are dry enough at this point, where some areas, some drought conditions have formed, these winds could cause fires to flare up and spread quickly. Sparks may be fanned by downed power lines or open flames, barbecues, construction, agricultural work. We, of course, had followed earlier this year the Smokehouse Creek fire that ultimately charred more than 1 million acres in the Texas Panhandle. Now, since then, wildfire activity has lessened in this part of the country, but indeed, the red flag warnings are in place through pretty much the entirety of New Mexico, parts of southern Colorado, the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region are all in play. Now, the big story is going to be severe weather and another tornado outbreak, which will begin probably later this afternoon, Monday afternoon. This will be another multi-day event, sweeping from west to east, the same storm bringing all those winds to much of the western USA. We'll share more on that and break it down for you. Welcome into a Monday. Philly Dan, of course, was on board out of the box. It's that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Arizona window truck, southbound and down. Let's all try to have a good week. Hello to Pappy's Saddle Up Nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, the greatest day of the week. I know Captain Ron's got a few days off. He will not be here to join us and give us that official word this morning. Either way, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the Hot Shot Secret Hidden Bunker. Mr. Summers throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. Overnight Drive is about to be hammered down. Be a part of the show. Call 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to dial. Don't be a scarecrow. Come on, man. Be a first-time caller. We're at 64 degrees in southwestern Ohio. The natives have been kind of restless tonight. Uh-oh. You kind of predicted that, didn't you? With these warmer nights. Of course, with all the revelry and the parties with Cinco de Mayo and all that. All right, kick back, relax, heat that cup of joe, or break up in a skullbuster. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. It is showtime. Or you can be like Big Ed. If you can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Yes, indeed. We'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. It appears the Android app is back up and running. It's back up on my phone. Rubber Duck said he said the app disappeared on his phone. Maybe reload it. Everybody else got the Android up and running. We're back. Finally. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
All right, weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions as we get the new week underway. So as we mentioned, the storm-ravaged plains going to have to be on guard again to start the new week here. For days, forecasters have been warning another outbreak, including strong tornadoes, is expected in the region for your Monday. This threat for this dangerous weather will kick off another multi-day episode of severe storms that will expand east to include parts of the Midwest, the East, and the South pretty much through the rest of the week. After that, maybe a change in the weather pattern will bring a much-needed break in the stormy weather for the heart of the country. Now, we saw a bit of a lull in severe weather over the weekend, aside from the flooding rains. The same storm, the blood, heavy rain, mountain snow, and gusty winds to the west emerges in the plains today. This system, it'll be this one combined with the warm, humid air that will spark potentially tornadic thunderstorms to start the week. Those storms are going to fire up quickly this afternoon from west central Kansas north into Nebraska. Here, the biggest threat will initially be for large hail. Now, we're going to have the twisting winds in the atmosphere. There's going to be an elevated risk for supercells and tornadoes, which can begin later in the afternoon. Monday, a supercell, that's a thunderstorm that rotates. Oftentimes, they drop twisters. They are expected to fire up by mid to late afternoon. Western Oklahoma, western Kansas, before moving east into the nighttime hours. Not only will these storms likely contain a few tornadoes, but also giant damaging hailstones. Because of the tremendous risk for severe weather in the Central Plains, forecasters have hoisted a rare, what they call high risk, for severe thunderstorms on Monday. Not often you see that. We have the slight, and then the moderate, and then enhanced. Now, this is obviously a very unsettling situation. It's that area where the threat of a few strong, long-tracked tornadoes will be greatest. They highlight a few areas: Dodge City, Hays, and Wichita, Kansas, Enid, Oklahoma City, and Stillwater, Oklahoma. You're in the heart of this higher risk area. Kansas City, Omaha, Nebraska, Springfield, Missouri, also among cities that could be at risk for feisty storms. Have a way to receive your warnings, especially after the sun goes down. Make sure you have your notifications on for your severe weather by Tuesday and Tuesday night. While the severe weather and tornado threat will shift largely out of the Central Plains, then it will be impacting millions more from Texas to Michigan, Ohio, western Pennsylvania, including some of the major metro areas of Chicago, Indianapolis, St. Louis. We'll break down other areas as we make our way into a brand new week here. All right, let's get to some of our industry headlines, and we'll start the week off here. And this is quite interesting. We've been talking for some time about a rulemaking aimed at trying to take drunk and distracted drivers off the road. That rulemaking garnered more than 18,000 comments, according to the Transportation Secretary speaking to a Senate subcommittee last week. It was back in January, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration published the advance notice of proposed rulemaking about requiring impaired driving prevention technology on new passenger vehicles. Now, the rulemaking, which does not apply to commercial motor vehicles, was required by the 2021 Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says 13,384 people were killed in drunk driving crashes in 2021. Several technologies, they say, have the potential to detect such impairments: alcohol, drowsiness, distraction. During the hearing last Thursday, Senator Shelley Moore Capito asked the Transportation Secretary about the rulemaking's progress and if a final rule would actually be in place by 2026. He said, "We're busy reviewing those more than 18,000 comments before we can move forward with the next stage." Those comments include support from the National Transportation Safety Board, concerns from the auto manufacturers about the cost and potential customer backlash, and concerns from the general public about privacy and practicality. Get a news break here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. More than 200 people rescued in Harris County, Texas as rivers flood. Residents being rescued on airboats from their homes. New developments out of the Middle East, where a deal to release Israeli hostages from Hamas captivity is still being negotiated in Egypt. Meanwhile, the Israeli cabinet voting to remove the Al Jazeera TV network from operating in Israel. Back here in the U.S., pro-Palestinian protesters interrupt the University of Michigan graduation ceremony the demonstrators removed on Saturday. President Biden speaking at the White House saying students have a right to protest but not to break the law. Biden scheduled to speak at the U.S. Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. as Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day, begins, a week of events planned to educate this generation as to the atrocities the Nazis committed against Jews. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, good to have you on board as we kick a new week off here. Rubber Duck wide awake at home. A great finish to the race. Had an awesome Sunday with the grandkids. Even had breakfast with the mayor, who looked a little PO'd that a truck driver was there. We're at odds over a bypass. Okay. Had a few words with the mayor, did you? Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Hello, Larry. 53 degrees at the New York, New Jersey I-95 northbound. Connecticut reopened. Not sure about South 95. We're a little wet here in the Northeast. I believe I heard that after the fire last week, 95, I believe, is back up and running both ways there. All right, good morning. Hello, Glenn. Hello, Steve, and the overnight crew. Beautiful night in Florida. Everybody be safe out there. Rockpick checks in. Let me see. Rochester, New York, 59, a cloudy night. Happy Monday. Stay safe and enjoy. Hey there, Steve. Illegal Chicken here from the People's Socialist Republic of Illinois. God bless all the awesome truck drivers out there. Thank you for what you do. All right, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, 59 here at the Weiss compound, southwest of Missouri. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck parked, shining brightly under the beautiful starlit Missouri sky. Hanging out with the hot blonde wife tonight. Live action begins again come sunup. Everybody have a great night of trailer trucking. Remember, leave that hammer down lane to the large cars who are hammer down getting the job done on our nation's highways. Special one night only show me shout out to Buckeye Boy from the Maple Leaf City. There you go. All right, Buckeye Boy. Is he on board yet? I believe he is somewhere in the mix here. Who else? There he is, a Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. Had some pretty good thunderstorms roll through late last night, almost an inch of rain. Got to visit the son and his family, took dinner over. Wildcat made beef and noodles and chicken and noodles. Noodles, right? Had some salad and fresh bread. Fantastic. They had bought some black chocolate from Italy back with them. Some of the best chocolate I've ever had. They also got Wildcat a beautiful leather purse. They had got me a very nice leather billfold. Have to get our pool worked on tomorrow. The salt-making system not working, but it's 10 years old. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. I didn't realize Italy was... Are they notorious for their chocolates? Okay. Hello to Timothy on board. Good morning. Dipsy Driver. Good morning, Steve, and the most informed ladies and gentlemen. 57 degrees here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan tonight. Your app has a new look, and I like the options. That probably means all the Android phones should be working. Don't forget, only 1 week left to help support the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish convoy and get a 100% match for your donation from the good people at Hot Shot Secret. Let's at least get the same amount as last year. Go to wish.org. Of course, you can look for Will Tutton, a.k.a. Horse Feathers, or the Hot Shot Secret team, donating whomever's name you would like. Hopefully, Bidenomics doesn't keep you from donating, but yes, indeed, every dollar counts. Tony, let's see. Android app has an update. Mine was on the Google Play Store. All right, so their rubber duck, that sounds like maybe just do, it's same as it would have been before. Go to the Google Play Store, overnightdriveradio.com. I believe that's all the same, right? And it's a free download, which is back up and running. And welcome from Golconda, Illinois. Think Anaconda with Golconda. Gotcha. Thank you, Tony, because that's been stumping me. Hello, Russell. Hope y'all at the Top Shot Secret Bunker are ready for another great show. 62 degrees, Dayton, Ohio. I came into work last night, and I was wondering why you weren't on. I realized it's Sunday morning. You're not on Sundays. All you truckers out there, be careful, be safe, and make your donations. Have a good day. Dingbat. Hello, Steve. Long time no hear from. I made it home safely by swimming across the bridge, taking Brain Dead to work tonight. Got some tasks to do while he's at work, but I got my listening ears on. Unfortunately, my heart goes out to the family of Brain Dead, and we lost another good family friend of ours. He's known Brain Dead over 30 years. He was a retired lieutenant for the Memphis Police Department. He and his wife just celebrated their 39th wedding anniversary. Hate to hear that. Hope everybody drives safe out there tonight. And, oh, yeah, go Cubs. All right, hello to Darlene. On board, there's Larry. Hello, everybody. High winds and some snow on I-80 through Wyoming. Snow on I-15 southbound. South of Salt Lake City. I'm heading to Southern California for a Monday morning delivery. Yeah, we thought we were done with that wintertime stuff. All right, it is 844-844-3388. We're going to kick things off here. There's Lone Ranger. What's happening, Ranger?
Good morning. Steve, I've been sitting back watching all this protest crap going on, and I'm curious to see what the consequences are going to be when it's all said and done. So far, the administrators are pretty much letting the students make the rules, which, it's not going to work. Negotiating with these protesters is no different than negotiating with terrorists, which we're not supposed to do because they basically are domestic terrorists. The protesting is one thing, but you got the damage, you got the destruction, you got the kidnapping of the janitors. There's a whole bunch to unpack with this whole thing. It'll be curious to see what happens. Are they going to just be panty-waist liberals, or are they going to toughen up and have some consequences? Because the states like Texas and Florida that didn't allow it, they don't have a problem. But the states that are allowing the students to be in charge, it's out of control. And these so-called Ivy League universities are $70,000 to $90,000 a year. So there's a whole bunch of people involved in this that I'm curious to see what's going to happen to them.
Mm-hmm.
The administrators that couldn't handle the students, let the students take over. They should be fired immediately because they can't control the situation. So they got to go. Then you have the professors, who some of them were even actually protesting with the uninformed, ignorant students. Now there's a problem because they have tenure. Somebody has tenure, you can't fire them. So the solution to that is change the tenure rules. If you're protesting and you're contributing to the Jewish students not being allowed to go to class and being criticized and sometimes assaulted, then you have to go too. So you change the tenure laws. As far as the camping, pass a law, no camping on campus. Pass a law, no face coverings. You don't want to show your face, you can't call yourself a real activist. What are you hiding from? COVID's gone, so you're covering your face so they don't see your identity.
Mm-hmm.
If you are a participant to the protest, you should be suspended. If you are one of the organizers of the protest, you should be expelled. If you're an exchange student attending the university and you have participated in the uproar and destruction, then you should be deported. The people supplying the money, you got Soros, Rockefeller Brothers, and a couple other, they're far left loons. They've been doing this for a long time. How they're not being charged with inciting riots or whatever. They charged, the students that got arrested in Texas and Florida were charged with, their behavior, and it stopped immediately. Then you have the parents. They should sue the university and demand that they get their tuition back because their students, especially the Jewish students, were not protected. So hit them in the pocketbook. These universities have billions of dollars in the bank, billions. Then you have the police. The police that could be on the streets taking care of crime are babysitting these spoiled brats make them believe they're tough guys, which they're not. The universities, since they're loaded with cash, they should have to pay for all of the police overtime and whatever it costs for those police to be there. The university, since they couldn't handle it, should have to pay for that. And you keep on going down the line. Parents are looking for a college for their kid. If you go to school at what's supposed to be an elite university, and instead of graduating as a scholar, you graduate as an activist, what value does that?
Yep.
The diploma has no value if all you are is an activist when it's all said and done. But to allow the students they're negotiating with the students over their divesting from Israel, and when did you ever hear of employees of a company telling the CEO what he has to do? I never heard of that in my life. The whole thing is just so upside down, but it all comes down to weakness. The ones that are weak are doing nothing. And I hope somebody starts getting tough, because if there's no consequences, it's going to happen again. If you do nothing, you accomplish nothing. But you watch it every day. It's so boring. You don't even want to turn the news on anymore. They defaced the George Washington statue and put Hamas gear on him. It's still there. I don't know why they didn't take it off. The best story that came out was there was a fraternity of Jewish students who got together. It was 24 of them. They went around the flagpole and they raised up the American flag, took down the Palestinian flag, and they stood there and protected it. So this is the best story that came out.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody set up a GoFundMe page for these 24 students, and it's over $500,000. I haven't looked lately, but the other day it was over $500,000 split up by 24 students. So, of course, they're going to do the right thing and donate some of the money to a good cause. And at the end, they said they're going to have a big keg party. So that's the good story that comes out of it. But how in the world this has gone on like this is just, it's unbelievable. I feel like I'm living in the third world country. Well, we pretty much are a third world country now, because most of the people coming in are from third world countries with nothing to offer. No skills, no nothing. You're just here for the freebies. They're not here like our ancestors who came over and wanted to be Americans and worked hard and learned the language and were proud to be an American. These people just want to take the country for a ride and, suck off the bottom teat. But this goes way, way back. We've been talking about this indoctrination now for decades, Steve, for a long time. But the beginning of it was way, way back during the Vietnam era. And I was there. I saw it happen the summer of '67. When you got drafted during the Vietnam era, if you had enrolled in a college to be an educator, you could get a draft deferment. And they called themselves conscientious objectors. Some of the cowards went to Canada. But if you enrolled in a college to be an educator, you get a draft deferment. That was the beginning of the liberal professors. That's where it started. And then it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. And now look what we have after decades of indoctrination. How can you say you're a smart kid when you stand up and deny October 7th, deny everything that's pro-Israel? They deny. They don't even understand that this war started with an attack by Hamas. They're pro-Hamas, but the war started. Israel wouldn't even be in the Gaza Strip if it wasn't for October 7th. That was the initiation of the war.
Correct.
So how can these students that are supposed to be top level, Ivy League, the best of the best, they stand there, they have no clue what's going on, no clue whatsoever. So I'm thinking this is college material. These are our future leaders of the country, supposedly. What in the world are we going to have when this bunch of lunkheads goes out into the real world and starts running businesses or whatever they're going to do? I mean, you've got some real waterheads in these people. They're so ignorant. So I'm waiting to see what the outcome, what kind of consequences there's going to be for the people involved. These universities really, really need to pay the price for letting this happen. Hit them in the pocketbook. They got billions in the bank. And also there's already legislation to take away federal funding from any, this is our taxpayer money is going into these places. So there's legislation now being worked on for taking away federal funding for any college that allowed these morons to do what they did and not do anything about it. So hopefully something positive will come out of it. But I really, it's like watching the Twilight Zone. You turn the TV on anymore. It's crazy. But that's my rant for the morning, and hope everybody's having a good day, and we'll talk to you later.
All right. Hope you're doing well, Ranger. We think about you. I know that it ain't a fun thing you're going through, but hope all's going well. And it is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, what a weekend. Turned out to be a busy one. Did our typical Friday night dinner out. Saturday, as I've mentioned before, for whatever reason, Kentucky Derby Day to my mom is kind of like my 4th of July. One of my favorite holidays of the year, July 4. You all know that. So we had to go over to Mama's house, and she had to do all the decorate all. Of course, they had to get their big fluffy hats, and I think we got some pictures. My daughter took a bunch of pictures. I'll see if I can pull some of those up and share them on my page, but. Yeah, big derby party, and I actually went to the Twin Spires. We placed a few wagers. I don't think I did too bad. I think I ended up losing about $25, but that ain't, and in the big scheme of things, I'll take that. I did not put the big bet on Mystic Dan, though, right? Don't you wish you put your $100 on that horse? And, of course, young Rowan is playing baseball again this year, and his team got tickets to the college, University of Cincinnati, the college game this past day. Believe it or not, I have never been to a college baseball game. I've been to a lot of the, obviously, Little League and some Friday night softball, with that kind of stuff. And, of course, I've been to Reds games, but that was pretty interesting, pretty fascinating. He got to go down on the field with his teammates, and after the game, got autographs from a bunch of the players there on the team, so he was pretty thrilled about that. So big day. Turned out to have beautiful weather Sunday for that. We all got a little sunburn, first sunburn of the season. Yeah, we'll take that. So, yeah, busy weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. Who else is on board? All right, we did say hi to Larry there talking about the snow. What do you got going on there, Pappy? Big Ed won $1,600. I think that post was I don't think that was from this year. I think that was an older. I may be wrong. I'm not sure. I'm sure we'll hear about that. Bouncing Betty in the inside lane, followed by Horse Feathers kicking up the dirt on the Sundance Kid behind a length. Going into turn one, Bouncing Betty still by a length, followed by, wait, hold on, the two-time world champion manure hauler on the outside, putting the hammer down. Sundance Kid left in the dust of manure. Horse Feathers just had his feathers blown off by a monkey riding on the back of what? What the hell is that? A moose in a horse race? Folks, we've seen it all tonight. Bouncing Betty into turn 4 by a nose, with the monkey now climbing onto the antlers of the moose. They're down to their last stretch. 40 yards. Bouncing Betty, monkey, horse with no feathers. Followed by Sundance wiping the manure from his goggles. They're at the line, and the monkey by a nose, hanging by the antlers. It was fun times, right? Hope you had a good weekend. Got a couple minutes before we'll get to news break, top of the hour here. Let's see what's going on with Pup this morning. How was your weekend, Pup?
Oh, it's going good so far, Steve. I don't have to go to work till tomorrow night.
Okay.
But, I wanted to give appreciation to Mindy and your team there. That app is it was in the same spot, but it's lit up in green now. So that was really good. And also, I did have money on Mystic Dan and Door Knock.
Did you?
At one time, they were 22-1, and that's when I locked them in on that one and stuff. So
that
was a fantastic race.
So how'd you do? Did you have like what do they call it? You can put the two horses together or a trifecta. Well, what is it?
No, I didn't. I didn't do the trifecta this year. I just bet on each individual horse.
Okay.
And stuff, and I thought he looked good. And what number did he have on him?
Was it 20?
3?
3?
Yep.
3.
Yep. But did you see when they came out of that fourth turn in that long stretch, how he got pushed against that rail?
Yes.
That horse got all kinds of pissed off, and he really kicked it into gear there. That was one of the best races I've seen in a long time. So I really enjoying watching that and stuff. I'm happy that your mom enjoys wearing her big hats and stuff.
She does, yes.
Yeah. Those ladies look pretty good in that. So, I'm not calling in to talk politics tonight or nothing. I just wanted to give Mindy and the team a compliment on that new app, and so I'll be sitting back listening.
All right.
Have a good evening. And okay, buddy.
Thank you for checking in. You do the same. All right, we'll get a news break here.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Texas people say at least 220 people have been rescued from flooded homes and vehicles because of rising rivers near Houston. Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo telling CNN no deaths or serious injuries have been reported. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, is announcing $400 million in funding to help boost security and safety measures at synagogues, mosques, and churches. The move comes on the heel of bomb threats at numerous synagogues in New York over the weekend. Senator Schumer speaking about the new law.
It allows you to put in cameras so you can detect who might do something to your synagogue. Fences, strong windows, and 2 years ago we modified it so you can actually hire personnel.
The move comes as anti-Israel protests continue at college campuses nationwide. Well over 2,000 people have been arrested in recent weeks as the protests have sometimes led to violent confrontations between agitators and police in riot gear. While President Biden has condemned the protests, he has received backlash from both sides of the aisle for his handling of the demonstrations as well. Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman joined CBS and talks about the criticism President Biden has received.
It's perfectly normal if you don't agree with the president on this issue or many other issues. But it's very strange that when we have this incredible, important election right in front of us about 6 months ago, and it's really two stark choices.
Gas prices have fallen over the past few weeks. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg, publisher of the Lundberg Survey, tells us how much.
We have the first gasoline price drop of the year as of now. It's a 2-cent decline to $3.75 per gallon for regular grade. This after 15 weeks of surging prices, which rose 59 cents from the start of the year.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A Jewish organization is out with new numbers on anti-Semitic attacks here in the United States as a Jewish-owned bakery in Atlanta, Georgia, targeted multiple times and vandalized. USA's Laura Winters reports.
As pro-Palestinian protests rage on college campuses across the country, the ADL, Anti-Defamation League, reporting a 360% spike in anti-Semitic attacks since the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. Now, the latest anti-Semitic attack in Atlanta, where a Jewish-owned bakery shop on the campus of Emory University targeted. The store vandalized, and the owner of Ali's Cookies, a woman named Nofar Shiblis, telling Fox News that a caller threatened to come and burn us. The shop also receiving an email stating, "Your store is going down unless you will stop supporting a country that murders, tortures, and commits a genocide." Police investigating.
A section of I-95 in Norwalk, Connecticut is fully reopened to traffic after a fiery crash closed the road last week. Workers demolishing an overpass that was damaged early Thursday when a car that was merging onto I-95 struck a gasoline tanker that was parked beneath it. Attention now turns to replacing the overpass, which officials say design should be complete within the next few weeks. And no word if Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan will run in the Preakness Stakes, set for 2 weeks in Baltimore. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we kick off a brand new day, a brand new week. Great to have you on board. Hope you had a good weekend. Survived all the festivities. Now we kind of await what's Mother Nature got in store for us. What's anticipated to be a pretty busy week. Last hour, we talked about the upcoming day. Supercells, potential long track, strong tornadoes will be a risk. By Tuesday morning, it looks like your morning commute probably going to be a slow one as a line of thunderstorms roars through areas from St. Louis to Fort Smith, Arkansas. Chicagoland should also get in on these potentially strong storms later in the morning. There is a bit of a question about how primed the atmosphere will be for storms later in the day, further south and east on Tuesday. So a lower risk category for severe weather. Despite that, storms are still expected to develop again later in the day after some daytime heating provides a bit of fuel in the atmosphere. Now, we're going to, again, Tuesday afternoon, areas from eastern Indiana, Ohio, southward through Kentucky, Tennessee, the Arklatex region. It looks like the greatest risk for storms Tuesday afternoon into Tuesday night. Now, the risk for severe weather doesn't abate after Tuesday. They say dozens more states will be threatened by storms during the mid to late week period. New injections of atmospheric energy responsible for maintaining that threat through at least Friday, extending all the way to the East Coast. It actually looks like a more potent day of severe weather anticipated Wednesday as an area of low pressure develops across the eastern plains into Missouri. Widespread severe thunderstorm activity, including the risks of flash flooding, damage and wind, hail, and tornadoes from northeastern Texas to the Ohio Valley for midweek. Included in the risk area Wednesday will be many of the same areas that were under at least some risk for severe weather on Tuesday this week. Forecasters are monitoring the forecast for midweek and may eventually have to issue a high risk for severe weather come Wednesday. just going to be a busy few days. Pay attention. Okay, I'm going to look at. We were talking last hour, the rulemaking in regards to using new technologies for drunken drivers. Some of the comments that had come in, some 18,000 plus comments. This is the technology that pretty much anyone who gets into a newer vehicle, I don't think they've determined yet exactly what technology they're going to use. Or, some sort of technology they can build into a steering wheel to supposedly detect blood alcohol levels in your system. There's several different technologies they're looking at. Mark says, this is a horrible idea. Not only because there's no real defined mechanism, but also because of the implications to drivers. Meaning, what about false indications? Although there are technologies with the potential to detect someone who's attempting to drive while drunk, drowsy, or distracted, even the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration acknowledged there are challenges. That includes being able to distinguish between what the state of impairment would be, avoiding false positives, and applying appropriate prevention measures. Now, the rulemaking does not include drugged driving due to the immaturity of that technology and a lack of testing protocols. We do need to make sure we balance all the concerns that are in play, but we do it in a way that meets our safety mission. Pete Buttigieg says we also need to make sure we have a good understanding of how the technology is going to be put into play and practice. It's one thing to have a technology available and prototyped. It's another thing to mandate it all across the country. The infrastructure law says the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration should issue a new regulation only if it meets the requirements of the National Traffic Motor Vehicle Safety Act, which states that a proposed standard, quote, must be reasonable, practicable, and reduce traffic crashes and associated deaths. Again, so they got more than 18,000 comments on that. They'll decide whether to move forward, ultimately with a notice of proposed rulemaking. Now, along that line, what do you think the possibility is of here in our country, in the U.S., taking a page out of our neighbors to the north? I had never heard of this. According to CDL Life, Canadian police are cracking down on impaired driving by requiring drivers to submit to a breathalyzer test during every traffic stop in the Greater Toronto area. Do what? Following an uptick in impaired driving, Ontario Provincial Police will now require breath testing during every traffic stop in the Greater Toronto area, no matter the reason that the driver was pulled over. That was announced last week by authorities. According to the OPP, drivers who fail to provide a breath sample face an automatic 90-day license suspension, a 7-day vehicle impound, and a criminal charge. Under Canada's mandatory alcohol screening law, drivers must immediately comply with a police officer's demand for a breath sample, even in the absence of any suspicion that they've consumed alcohol. Now, that supposedly that law went into effect in 2018. I believe they hadn't really been enforcing that to date. But with the announcement last week that, what's the response from the people there? Ontario Provincial Police report a 30% increase in both impaired driving crashes and charges this year over the previous 5-year average across the province. In the Greater Toronto area, police say they've seen a 50% increase in impaired driving crashes this year over the previous 5-year average. So it's not a nationwide thing, but in the Greater Toronto area, pulled over for being over the speed limit. Give me a breath test. We'll see where that goes. You talk about a bit of an overreach, the way I see it. It is 844-844-3388. Hello to Senor Heatwave. How we doing this Monday?
Well, good morning, Senor. Well, I'm doing a lot better. The voice has been hanging around. It hasn't gone weak. And I don't know, how long does antibiotics stay in your system? Any idea?
I'm not sure. I mean, what they put nowadays, you can maybe take you get some of it you take for 5 days. Some of it used to be standard to take like a 10-day run.
Mm-hmm.
But I have no idea. I have no idea how long it keeps fighting in your system once you've taken the run.
Well, tell you what, I've already taken the run, and I've gone through 2 bottles of Pepto-Bismol. I mean, it's just been gushing. Anyways, well, at least my voice is back, and I ain't got no issues with the snot, so I'm good to go.
Good.
Heading home from Phoenix. I'm in Gallup, New Mexico. What do they call that? The most patriotic city in America. That's what the sign says. Whenever you go through here, both ways. So, well, here, Vic got a hold of me on Friday, and I was chatting with him. I think I might have said 10 minutes worth, and he was telling stories of what he's done in the past, and I'm just sitting there grinning from ear to ear because it is such a pleasure listening to that man with his experience. And you know, he's 80 years old. Did you know that?
I did not know. I did not realize that.
Yeah, he's got a lifetime of experience there. So, and I mean, you know, he don't sound it, but you know, he's got that experience. He's got that lifetime, that knowledge. I told him, I says he's better than Encyclopedia and Britannica, and he's right on level with the computer. I mean, damn, that man has stories to tell. So, but yeah, so I entered it. A couple other drivers were like, hey, I want to see if I can get his number. And I always say, I have to ask first. And he was more than willing to get their numbers to talk to them. And I told him, hey, you can call us before the show, after the show, or even on the weekends if you're up. So, so he's got that invite. So not too much into horse racing. I guess it's the fastest 2 minutes in
right.
sports.
Yep.
And is that the last race of the week or the day, or because I mean, if they do it, first of the day, then they ain't got nobody out there dressed dressed to the nines.
No, I don't know. There numerous races run throughout the day. Hell, I think the coverage started like 2:00 in the afternoon, so they have a number of races, and I don't know. I think after the actual Derby, I don't know if that's the last. They may have one more race after that. I can't recall.
Well, it's like Sheriff Bart says, I always like to keep my audience riveted. So, yeah, I guess if you put it in the back of the race schedule, then everybody's going to be hanging on. Well, you know who Bob and Doug McKenzie are, right? The McKenzie brothers?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, the city they lived in is Toronto. So I'm pretty sure if both Bob and Doug McKenzie are out there, they get stopped in that van of theirs, they're going to be testing positive every time they get pulled over. That is absolutely nonsense. I mean, they're looking for a crime.
Yeah.
To fit, well, I don't know if we should say Canada is socialist or not, but I mean, they damn sure act like it for some reason or another. Well, was there any NASCAR racing?
Yes, there. Kansas Speedway, and matter of fact, the finish there was even closer than the photo finish at the Kentucky Derby. 1/1000th of a 0.001 seconds, if you could imagine that.
Boy, that's that's close. So, well, I won't ask what manufacturers won top three, but I'm sure somebody will tell me later on in the show.
Well, Chevrolet was in Winter Circle or Victory Lane, whatever the hell they call it nowadays. Number 5, Hendricks Motorsports Chevrolet. That's Kyle Larson was the winner. Ford was second. Chris Buescher, number 17, in a Ford. So.
Well, it's a crying damn shame. Those people up there in Detroit decided to get rid of the Camaro. It's kind of like them getting rid of the Monte Carlo, that square body. Then they come with Illumina, and that was a great dud. Then they bring back the Monte Carlo, and it brings them back victories. And then they get rid of that, and it's like, well, what else did they use? Did they use the Impala and then come back with the Camaro once the Camaro got back into production? Now, I said, earlier this year that they're planning on having the Malibu. But, I mean, the street version is a front-wheel drive car. Now, they're going to plan on making that a real rear-wheel drive?
Right.
Probably not. So I just wish GM would stick with something. I mean, let's go back and think about it. Ford, the Mustang, 64.5. Did they ever stop production of the Ford Mustang? No, I don't think they ever did. It's been going on consistently. The Camaro, they stopped production. They found out what a mistake it was. They brought it back. Now, if they didn't charge an arm and a leg and, charge you for someone else's retirement, maybe they could keep that car. But I'm sure that now that they've got second thoughts about going all green, maybe they'll think twice and put it back in production. But, if they don't, that's okay, because my 15 will inch up in price because people will be wanting to get that car that has less than 75,000 miles on it. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens there. Other than that, I called my parents today to find out how they're doing in Texas. They live east of Temple, Texas, off I-35, which is southeast of Waco and northeast of Austin. They said they got 7 inches of rain in the last 2 days. Now, that ain't nothing compared to what they've been getting around Houston and Navasota and College Station and the Bayou area down there. But that's still a lot of rain. Or was it 8 inches? Let's see, 5.2, 1.8. Yeah, they got 7 inches. Okay. So I told them, I said, well, hell, that's about 3/4 of our annual rainfall out here in New Mexico, where I live. I think we get maybe 10, 11 inches a year, and that's it. But, we've got a lot of growth in my neck of the woods there in Edgewood. And I'm wondering, where's all the water going to come from? Hello, we live in a desert. But I don't know. I guess that's an appeal for some of these city folks out there that never been in the desert before and think, oh, it's an oasis. Yeah, of sand and cactus and rattlesnakes. Eesh. So, anyways, there was something else I was going to say, but I understand Right Wingnut has found Senior Slacker.
Oh yeah.
Now we've heard about Senior Slacker before from Brain Dead. And, I don't know if he's going to make an appearance tonight. Probably be on with Right Wingnut because he just, he's a little shy. He don't say a whole lot. But I'm sure my understanding is he's going to talk to you about eating bugs, like what those high hoity-toity people up there want us to do while they eat their steak and have caviar.
Hey, yeah.
They want us to, I think he's going to talk about that. So what kind of days do we have? Monday is Back to Work Monday, correct?
Correct.
Then we got Taco Tuesday, Mike Wednesdays.
Mm-hmm.
We got Turkey Thursdays, and then Friday is Casual Fridays. You're going to have to put on your page whatever day it is, Monday, Back to Work Monday, and then have a moniker for that. And Taco Tuesday, well, I think I sent more than a few taco things about Taco Tuesdays. But just someone out there just doing nothing, screwing around on Facebook, they could find something, put it on the page for the day, and just say, hey, it's Taco Tuesday. It's Back to Work Monday.
There you go.
Mike Wednesday. Yeah. So anyways, I'll go ahead and let you go, senor. You have yourself a good night, and we will holler at you later.
Very good. Thank you for checking in on a greatest day of the week. That's what Monday is. Back to work. All right. Yes, so 1/1000th of a second. I don't think can it get any closer than that in NASCAR. I don't believe it can. So number 5, Kyle Larson, Hendricks Motorsports Chevrolet beating Chris Buescher's number 17, RFK Ford. Chase Elliott and Martin Truex Jr., 3rd and 4th at the finish, nearly catching Buescher and Larson. Denny Hamlin rounded out the top 5. And you had Christopher Bell, Alex Bowman, Kyle Busch, Noah Gragson, and Michael McDowell winding out the top 10. A frenetic race at Kansas Speedway was an all-timer throughout the race, but especially at the end. Busch's spin in the waning laps brought out a caution, and with that, plenty of intrigue, they said. The majority of the cars that went down pit road took 2 tires, and a green-white checkered finish saw Buescher in the lead at the white flag, but he couldn't quite hold off a hard-charging Larson, who rode the high line to avenge last year's last lap defeat at the same race. Larson said that race from start to finish was amazing. First stage was incredible. Second stage at the end was fun. And then the whole last stage with the wrecks and the cautions, the fuel strategy, the tires running long, and it was just wild. He said, you guys got your money's worth today, and I'm proud to be a part of the show there. So the Cup Series shifts to the Carolinas for the rest of May with the Darlington Throwback Race coming up next Sunday. And, of course, all counting down toward the end of the month. Memorial Day weekend, the Coca-Cola 600. All right, there you go. Okay, well, news break just ahead here. Heatwave mentioned the flooding there in Texas. Yeah, high water flooding neighborhoods around Houston. Saturday was a horrible day. Resulted in crews rescuing more than 400 people from homes, rooftops, roads, engulfed in murky water. Others preparing to evacuate. A wide region was swamped from Houston to rural East Texas, where game wardens rode airboats through waist-high water, rescuing people and pets who had not evacuated in time. One crew brought a family and 3 dogs aboard as the rising water surrounded their cars and their homes. The flood watch was in effect through Sunday afternoon. Now, they were anticipating additional rain Saturday night, which indeed they did get, and some major flooding there. So at least for the moment, the rains have ended in eastern Texas. Doesn't look like they're going to have a whole lot of time for those water levels to recede.
USA News Update. More than 200 people rescued in Harris County, Texas as rivers flood. Residents being rescued on airboats from their homes. New developments out of the Middle East, where a deal to release Israeli hostages from Hamas captivity is still being negotiated in Egypt. Meanwhile, the Israeli cabinet voting to remove the Al Jazeera TV network from operating in Israel. Back here in the U.S., pro-Palestinian protesters interrupt the University of Michigan graduation ceremony the demonstrators removed on Saturday. President Biden speaking at the White House saying students have a right to protest but not to break the law. Biden scheduled to speak at the U.S. Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. as Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day, begins, a week of events planned to educate this generation as to the atrocities the Nazis committed against Jews. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back on the greatest day of the week. Hope Captain Ron's enjoying a few days off there. And the long weekend. I assume we'll get a full report at some point in time. Hello to Billy. Good to have you with us here on a Monday. Rick in Columbus. Up and at 'em bright and early, right? Yeah, as far as we were talking about the Derby earlier. Yeah, there are races throughout the day. And then, of course, the main event, the Kentucky Derby. And Roy said, I think there were two more races, the Belmont and maybe one other. Once the Derby's over, the day's pretty shot, if you know what I mean. So it's time to chill out. Meanwhile, under industry headlines, before we get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The KC Scout Traffic and Travel Service, a victim of a cyber attack last week. And now what they call the bi-state initiative between the Missouri and Kansas Departments of Transportation is saying it could take months before their services are completely restored. KC Scout utilizes some 400 cameras to monitor the highways in the Kansas City metro area. Those cameras have proven particularly critical for truckers in adverse weather conditions. The service not only provides real-time travel information, but also is a reliable source for verifying with a dispatcher whether a trip should be paused, stopped, or not even started. There was a joint statement from the Missouri and Kansas DOT that said the dynamic message boards, website, and cameras connected to KC Scout remain offline as a result of the cyber attack. We understand this is frustrating to partners and the traveling public. Work on service restoration is underway. Too early to provide an estimate, but it is expected to be months before restoration can be anticipated. So, immediate and critical traffic information impacting the Kansas City region is being shared through MissouriDOT.org, MODOT.org in Missouri, and KANDrive.gov, CAN Drive in Kansas. Emergency service are still available in both states with the Kansas Highway Patrol, Motorist Assist Vehicle, and the Missouri DOT Emergency Response continuing to run routes and respond to incidents within their jurisdictions. But real-time data remains unavailable during the KC Scout outage. Both Missouri and Kansas traveler information sites, apps, and phone numbers are providing limited traffic information. So if you notice, the overhead signs, I'm assuming, are just blank at the moment. The DOT and the KC Scout ask for continued patience from partners and the public as efforts to restore services continue. Why it would take such a lengthy amount of time, I don't know. And just based on that, it almost sounds like it was probably some sort of a ransomware attack where they're demanding money, and otherwise we're not going to release your cameras. They may have to be going back to the drawing board and pretty much like rebuilding the entire camera network digitally. So, again, I'm just assuming that because otherwise, how could it possibly take that amount of time to get those back up and running? But, hey, it looks like Eagle, how was your weekend?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, how you doing, brother? I'm out here on the road. See, I'm down here in Alabama right now. I want to talk about the weather in Texas, and then I want to talk about my least favorite subject, and that's protesters. Once again, final thoughts on the loser. Steve, down in Texas, where I grew up at, where I no longer live at right now until after the election. Hopefully Trump gets back in. I'm moving back to Texas. Trump doesn't get in, I got other plans. But anyway, Steve, Interstate 59 is a road that travels in Texas, the northern section of Houston, going up towards Cleveland, Texas, and going up towards Nacogdoches, Texarkana. This road here is completely underwater, Steve. I've been around Texas for a long time. Never have I seen Interstate 59 underwater. You literally can take a damn boat down the interstate right now.
Really?
On 59. There's pictures you can see if you go into the internet and look at some of the local news for Houston. You can see these videos. It's pretty bad. I've never seen it like that before. They've had floods, but not like this. This is ridiculous. The whole lake, the Livingston, all that area. If anybody that's rolling towards Houston, Texas, down 59, you might want to seek an alternate route, because I doubt if you're going to be able to get into Houston down 59 or 45, Interstate 45. You might have to go in another way. From what I'm hearing, it's almost, unless you got a boat or something, that's the only way you're going to make it in down 59 into Houston right now. It's pretty bad right now. Like I said, you might could take a look at some of the pictures during the break, Steve. Yeah, it's not good at all. It's not good at all. Like I say, they told those people to move into a lot of those areas, and they knew it was a floodplain area. These home builders, they don't care. All they want to do is sell land and property. They know damn well that area is prone to floods, but it's not floods like this. So those people are basically screwed, because a lot of those people don't have no flood insurance because they wasn't expecting no flood. So those people are in some serious trouble right now. So I feel bad for the people that live in that area, because they in for some serious damage once the water goes down. Not gonna be a pretty sight. Now, I want to say a couple of things about the sports world over the weekend. The NASCAR race, I didn't get to see the race. I just seen the highlights of it because I was driving today. But the main thing is Chevrolet won in the so-called closest finish in NASCAR history. So that turned out, like I said, that's the way races should be. I might go back and look at some of the highlights later on tonight, or either in the morning when I wake up. But they say it was a pretty interesting race, so I'm trying to take a look at some of the highlights and see what transpired on that. And as far as the boxing world goes, I don't know. I was viewing the fight that took place on Saturday night in Las Vegas. Canelo and another man turned out to be a pretty good fight. 12 rounds of action, and both Canelo came out to victory. So made a lot of money in one night. I don't know what the total amount of money he made, but it was a lot. Yeah. So Las Vegas, Steve, is the capital of gambling and money laundering, and you name it. Like I said, you're going to see more and more sports. Like I said, that's going to go down, I believe, Steve, is one of the biggest mistakes that sports has made when they decided to put sports teams in Las Vegas. You watch and see, they've already busted several players on other teams betting money on games, betting money on basketball. They got a guy that got suspended for he can no longer play basketball just a couple of weeks ago because he was betting money on his own team, similar to like Pete Rose did when he was Cincinnati. But you watch and see, Las Vegas, they're going to regret putting from what I'm understanding, they got a baseball team that's talking about going into Vegas. They already got the football and maybe even a basketball team. One of the biggest mistakes they ever make is to put sporting teams in Las Vegas, the biggest gambling city in the U.S. Well, what are they thinking? Would you think the players are not going to engage in gambling when they're in Las Vegas and casino on every damn corner? So all these sports, like I say, they're nothing but hypocrites, Steve. Basically, all these sporting organizations, they say that they don't want players gambling. They say they don't want players gambling on their teams, gambling on other teams. But yet they want to put sporting teams in the biggest gambling city in the U.S. So you figure it out. So it's all about money as far as I'm concerned, and that's the reason why a lot of people are tuning away from sports. The NBAs, the hockey, the football, the whole deal is one big joke at this point. Now, let's talk about my favorite subject, Steve, and that's protesters. Because I want to say this because I'm about fed up with all of them. Like I told you last week, as a matter of fact, Steve, like Lone Ranger said, I'm just going to be point blank with you because you know that's the way I am, Steve. There is no future. There is no future for America, Steve, not with the current group of people that I see on these college campuses. These are some of the most brain-dead individuals I've ever seen in my life, and these are your future leaders of America. Mm-hmm. That's right. These same guys that you've seen on these college campuses protesting for an organization that's on the same side as a man like Hitler, a Jew hater, one of the biggest Jew haters to ever walk this planet. And you got idiots out there protesting for an organization such as that. Tells you all you need to know about these people. So there is no future for America if that's what your future leaders are, these punks that I seen on television last week. Now, here's how it goes, Steve. Okay, now it's already been found out that a lot of these people that you've seen on television were not college students. They were activists that were paid to come in, paid troublemakers to come in and create all kind of hell and all kind of chaos. And they did a very good job of doing that last week in New York and in the UCLA University out in Los Angeles. They raised plenty of hell. They raised all kind of hell in both of those locations. So here's how it goes, Steve, because see, they planning on doing the same thing. The closer it gets to the election, the more and more you're going to see more of these losers stepping out of the foreground, stepping out to get some chaos going, because that's what they're paid to do. So if that's the case, you got to hit these people. You got to hit them hard, Steve, just like the governor of Texas did down in Texas. The minute when they make their move, Steve, guess what? My people, the organization, the police, the National Guard, they make their move too, my man. So when you put your people on the college campus, guess what? My National Guard people going to be right there with you, right alongside you, my man. And we'll be watching your every move. That's the way you have to do these people, Steve. And if they even step out of line, you immediately place them in handcuffs and put them in jail where they belong. And you see how quick that evaporated down in Texas and in Florida. So all these governors that say that they don't know how to control the situation, get you a videotape and take a look at what the governor of Florida did and the governor of New York did, and they didn't have no kind of chaos or havoc in neither one of those locations. And forget about Joe Biden, that guy there. He doesn't even know where he's at, let alone worried about a damn college campus. He don't even know where the hell he don't even know he's president at this point. So that's the way you handle these these lounge, Steve, and it's for the outside guys. There's a special. You put those people up under the jail because, see, there's no need for these outside agitators, Steve. These people to go find you a job. Go find something to do, my man. Find you a job. Get something in your life. Get something going in your life besides protesting. That you one of the biggest losers I've ever seen, walking around protesting with a mask and a hood on your face to hide your identity. That shows you what kind of a coward these people are, Steve. So, my advice to these outside people is go find you a real job, my man. You say you want to get paid. You want to get paid to protest. Go find you a job. Do your real job. Go be a police officer, a fireman, truck driver. Find you a real job to put some hard-earned money in your pocket, brother, instead of protesting and looking like the loser that you are, and protesting for a cause that's against God's will, not my will, God's will. Because if they're smart enough to open the Bible, like I told you last week, Steve, they'll clearly see that when they try to step on the Jews' toes, they're also stepping on God's toes. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, there you go. Eagle on a Monday. Have a great day, and we'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, on a back to the old grind Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. We're turning the page on the calendar, time zone to time zone. 6th day of May already coming on. Hey, Knucklebuster will be checking in. Looks like Philip from Florida will join us right now. Is that Bill? Hello, Bill.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Hey, these NASCARs, are they really strict on being exactly like the real McCoy at a vehicle, or could you make a little fatter bumper for the next close call?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, with 0.001 seconds between them, what are we talking about, an eighth of an inch?
Oh, yeah. I mean, looking at the photograph, and I guess they had to they had to zoom in, and I mean, that was the size of the bumper. I guess that could make a difference, right?
It wouldn't that close. Yeah, and I don't know if they could use something like those little pusher pieces we used to see on some older models, but just thinking out loud.
Mm-hmm.
You have a good night and enjoy your program.
Well, Bill, are you a first-time caller? I believe you are.
Yes, sir.
Well, I've got to take your number
Not
down
a
here.
first-time listener, though.
Well, that's a good thing. I got your number here. Yeah, first-time caller, so we're going to get you a $60 voucher, Hot Shot Secret. Are you a Hot Shot Secret user?
Yes. Yeah, sounds great.
All right. Well, thank you for chiming in, and, it's that simple. Don't be a stranger, Bill. Call in anytime.
Thank you very much. You have a safe night.
All right. Love to get your 2 cents worth, right? All right, so later on this evening, and I'm sure Philip will have a few things to say about this, Boeing has been in the news a lot, right, with their aircraft. Would you, as an astronaut, would you be a bit nervous being the first to try to take a flight on the new Boeing rocket ship? Yeah, that's going to be the case if all goes according to plan later on this evening, ferrying astronauts to the International Space Station. It's become pretty much a routine thing, right? But not for Boeing. And not today. After years of delay, they're finally set to launch 2 crew members to the orbiting platform, being described as a critical test flight. The Arlington, Virginia-based aerospace giant was awarded a $4.2 billion contract in 2014 to build and operate a spacecraft to service the space station. While, of course, the rival SpaceX received $2.6 billion to do the same. Both were given under NASA's Commercial Crew Program, which was established to have American companies taxi astronauts to the station. The stakes are high for both companies. Since 2020, SpaceX completed their crewed test flight. They have ferried 8 operations crews to the space station. Boeing has managed only 2 unmanned flights, including one that docked remotely in May of last year. Now, Boeing has long-standing historic ties to the aerospace industry in Southern California. The Apollo Command and Service modules were built at North American Aviation's plant in Downey. Their current operations include satellite construction at an El Segundo plant. But the new Starliner capsule was scheduled to launch with the crew last summer. But a problem was discovered with the parachute system and the use of flammable tape in the craft, a mile of which was removed, have just been the most recent delays. Starliner, with crew members strapped in, is set to blast off at 7:34 p.m. Pacific time, Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. If the weather doesn't cooperate or other minor issues arise, it could fly the next day or maybe later this week. But after the delays and a reported $1.5 billion in cost overruns the company had to absorb, analysts say it is critical that this mission goes well. That's especially true given Boeing's battered reputation with the 730 MAX 8 jets, the door plug that blew out of the 737 MAX 9 earlier this year. Now, they say it's very important for Boeing's desire to be relevant to NASA, relevant to manned space flight, and for confidence internally to turn around and execute a program that's, suffice it to say, had plenty of problems. Very interesting. We'll be back after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing, BS, and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds or call 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters. Donald Trump heads back to court on Monday, the latest on testimony from Friday at his hush money trial in New York City. From USA's Jen Gelber.
Donald Trump has criticized the New York District Attorney for focusing on his hush money criminal trial, calling it a waste of time. Trump spoke after the trial recessed on Friday, stating that while crime is rampant in the city, the DA has chosen to target him and his company instead.
They shouldn't be wasting time on this. Look what they do to so many people. They're all lawyered up. That's all they do, lawyer up. In the meantime, you can't do anything in the country. The country's going to hell.
During Friday's testimony, his former press secretary revealed that the 2016 campaign team entered crisis mode following the release of the infamous Access Hollywood tape, in which Trump boasted about grabbing women's genitals. On the witness stand, Hope Hicks stated that Trump initially told her, "That doesn't sound like something I would say." I'm Jen Gelber.
Texas Congressman Democrat Henry Cuellar and his wife facing bribery charges. The very latest on this story from USA's John Schaefer.
A Texas congressman and his wife are facing bribery charges. The newly revealed allegations claim that Democrat Henry Cuellar and his wife received almost $600,000 in bribes from both an oil company owned by Azerbaijan and a Mexican bank. Cuellar, who previously co-chaired the Congressional Azerbaijan Caucus, has denied any involvement or wrongdoing.
And Mystic Dan wins the 150th Kentucky Derby in an insane photo finish. The experts had to examine the video from all three horses who were neck and neck crossing the finish line. Sierra Leone coming in second place, followed by Forever Young. The odds, by the way, for this horse were 20-1. More than 150,000 horse racing fans packing the stands, many women wearing those fancy hats, folks drinking mint juleps, and of course placing bets. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
TSA agents making an eye-popping discovery at Miami International Airport. They find a passenger, a man, with two tiny snakes slithering around in an eyeglasses case in his pants. The snakes turned over to Florida Fish and Wildlife. Turning now to the race for president in 2024, Donald Trump speaking at an annual Republican fundraising retreat at Mar-a-Lago in Florida Saturday night. The campaign raising more than $70 million last month. Trump reportedly with a short list of politicians he is eyeing for vice president. They include Ohio's J.D. Vance, South Carolina's Tim Scott, Florida Senator Marco Rubio and Florida Congressman Byron Donalds, New York's Elise Stefanik, and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. As pro-Palestinian protests rage on college campuses across the country, the ADL, Anti-Defamation League, reporting a 360% spike in anti-Semitic attacks since the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. Now, the latest anti-Semitic attack in Atlanta, where a Jewish-owned bakery shop on the campus of Emory University targeted. The store vandalized, and the owner of Ali's Cookies, a woman named Nofar Shadlis, telling Fox News that a caller threatened to come and burn us. The shop also receiving an email stating, "Your store is going down unless you will stop supporting a country that murders, tortures, and commits a genocide." Police investigating. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, what do you say? Brand new day, brand new week. Working our way into a Monday. Yeah, it's going to take some time cleaning up in southeastern and eastern Texas. Now, as the flooding rains, at least for the moment, have ended, more rain could be in the offing this week, and obviously the ground is saturated. It's not going to be able to accommodate more precipitation. Yeah, Friday's storms heading into the weekend forced numerous high water rescues, including some from the rooftops of flooded homes. Officials redoubled the urgent instructions for residents in low-lying areas to get out, warning at the time that the worst was still to come. Yeah, there was expected to be a lull in the heavy rain through Saturday evening, and then the next round, late Saturday into Sunday, where they saw indeed another 3 to as much as 5 inches of rain in some areas. The Harris County judge said more rain was anticipated Sunday, and if it's a lot, obviously it could be problematic. Now, ongoing rain has left parts of Texas drenched and some residents trapped. Yeah, for weeks, drenching rains in Texas and parts of Louisiana have filled reservoirs and saturated the ground. Floodwaters partially submerging cars last week across parts of southeast Texas, reaching to the roofs of some homes. More than 21 inches of rain fell over a 5-day period through Friday in Liberty County, near the city of Splendora, Texas, about 30 miles northeast of Houston. Now, Saturday, they said 178 people, 122 pets had been rescued so far in just that county. Yes, scores of rescues taking place in neighboring Montgomery County, Polk County, about 100 miles northeast of Houston. Officials there said they have done over 100 water rescues in just the past few days. Amazingly, they have not reported any deaths or injuries. The city of more than 2 million people, one of the most flood-prone metros in the country, has long experience dealing with devastating weather. Hurricane Harvey in 2017 flooded thousands of homes. There were actually 60,000 rescues by government rescue personnel across Harris County at that point in time. Of particular concern was an area along the San Jacinto River, which was expected to continue rising as more rain falls and officials release water from the full reservoir. There are people that were under mandatory evacuation orders living along portions of that river over the weekend. We'll see where the new week goes as far as precipitation down there in the Houston area. Knucklebuster, how the heck are you?
We're doing great. Good morning to you, Mr. Steve Summers. I need to sing Johnny Cash's How High Is the Water Mama. No, we better not. Yeah, they get a lot of rain down there around Houston, and it usually floods pretty bad. So, like Kentucky Derby, that's the Derby itself is raced against a 3-year-old horse, and the true winner of all that is the Vegas bookie, and the best one we'll ever see is Secretariat there, where they used to call Big Red there, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I got let's say Archie Bunker, Meathead. He got him a DUI one time, Steve, and he had to blow in this little box hooked to his truck before it would let him drive anywhere. And he found out he couldn't use mouthwash in the morning either because it would show a positive DUI. But I told him, I said, if you're going to drink and party, you better do it at the house. You can't get arrested there unless you get
Right.
loud mouth and get feisty with people right there. Well, I read on the drive that every new car in America will have automatic emergency braking by 2029.
Yep.
So, that's coming. You better get ready for it. And I'm a doctor's appointment Friday, and I read an article on WebMD.com. Are female doctors better? And it said absolutely. Well, that's right. Every one of my doctors is a female. So I guess that's gender correct, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. It depends on what they identify as nowadays.
Yep, absolutely there. Well, anyway, here, let's go with it there. Boobs are like the sun, Steve. It's okay to look at them, dangerous to stare. But that's why we have sunglasses, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did the egg say to the boiling water?
I don't know. What did the egg say to the boiling water?
I don't know if I can get hard. I just got laid this morning.
Oh, boy.
I don't remember right now, Mr. Steve Summers. Dude, I like your format, by the way, and the new lead-in song. That was awesome, buddy.
You like
it's
that?
It's not as good as Joe Stampley, but it'll do, right?
1,000 miles. That's correct.
Yes, sir. Well, we'll keep listening. I'm doing Tanya Tucker standing on the old stroll tonight. So, I guess she's my favorite lesbian there since I'm one too, right?
That works. All right, Knucklebuster. Have a good Monday. It's all of his baloney for this time around, as he says. He'll probably be back with more at some point in time. On the greatest day of the week. All right, let's take it on down to Florida. Hello there, Philip. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, bud. It's going to be a busy 48 hours for space and next couple of days here, so going to have to see how things work out. Did you see the schedule for today, Steve, and tomorrow?
Only thing I'm familiar with was the Starliner that I was talking about, and I was going to get your take on that. It's supposed to be, so 7:30 Pacific time. What the heck would that be? Is that like 10:30 Eastern?
Yeah, 10:30 tonight. So today at 12:30 this afternoon, SpaceX is going to launch one off the Cape. Then you got the Starliner at 10:30. Then tomorrow you got another SpaceX going off from the Cape, and then you've got another SpaceX going off of the West Coast in Vandenberg.
Wow.
So it's going to be a busy 48 hours. But the funny thing about it is, let's see if the Starliner can pull it off. It ain't because they don't got the most experienced astronauts, because they do. If Boeing messes this up, if you guys get a chance, just Google the Starliner crew and look on there and see what the resumes are of these three people that are set for the crew. There's only two actually going up, but there is a third one that is a backup. And they're the most highly decorated astronauts out there that are in the program right now, especially Sunny. Sunita, she's like up to the standards of Sally Ride, Judith Resnick, those folks. So keep an eye on her. You know, she's been up there a bunch, and if you lose her, that's a big deal.
I mean, I'm thinking anytime a human is strapped in to be launched into space, no matter what the vessel is, it's got to be nerve-wracking. But like they say, with all the discussion of Boeing and the whistleblowers talking about lax manufacturing, do you think it's possible that the same could be on the space side, or?
It could be, but they just spent a year figuring out what was wrong with that thing from the last time they launched it. A year.
Yeah.
Exactly a year. This program has had a lot of problems. Okay. You named just a few of them, but they didn't mention the valving problems. They sure didn't mention a lot that first time the thing took off, it was supposed to go to the space station, and guess what? It got in the wrong orbit for some reason or another because of a computer or a software problem.
Really?
Yes. The very first time this thing lifted off, it was supposed to go to the space station, never made it. Now it came back good, and it landed safely. So it wasn't a total failure. But when your autonomous system, which we all know, we watch SpaceX launch all these rockets, and all that stuff is autonomous, guys. Every bit of it. There's a computer guiding those folks. The only time they fly that rocket, actually fly it manually, is when that computer fails. And other than that, when you see these things dock into the space station, and you've seen all this over the years, it's a computer flying that machine, and making all the adjustments. And SpaceX is totally about that. Everything on a SpaceX, everything from landing that booster back to putting that thing onto the ISS, it's all done computer controlled.
Mm-hmm.
That computer takes over on a SpaceX rocket. It takes over at about a minute before it launches. That's when the computer is initiating. At 40 seconds to launch, that computer completely takes over that rocket. It's just like when you go and fly on your airplane. Now, you talk about Boeing, Steve. Think about this. You go to the airport. You book a flight. You're going overseas. You're going to be on a Boeing 747, and we all know what that plane is. That's a big plane. Do you think that pilot's flying that airplane all the time?
Nope. Once you get off the ground, right? It's an autopilot, right?
What you do is you take it out to the runway, taxi it out. They line it up with the runway. Computers are flipped on. Let her go. When everything's clear, go. Now they'll push throttles forward and that kind of stuff, but they won't. The computer takes over totally for the takeoff and the flight. The landing can be a computer adjusted too, but depending on the situation, pilot takes over. Depending on the situation, to adjust for weather. But the pilot is adjusting the computer. The pilot is not always letting the thing fly itself. I stand corrected on that one. Mm-hmm. But that's what's going on. That's why we're trying to do this with these cars. That's why they're trying to do this with trucks. They've done it with trains. I mean, the autonomous stuff, you just ain't going to get away from it. It's there. Space is the biggest proof of it. I mean, even the Russians have had one failure, and you know what saved them on that big failure with their astronauts and kept it pushing ahead? Was a computer that made the adjustment and shut it down and kept it going. Yes. And that's scary stuff when a machine can think faster than you. And that AI, that's a big deal, buddy. That's a big deal. We need to pay attention to AI. So, but hopefully everything works out today. I want to see those guys get off because they've worked on it a long time. They should have been in space they should have had people to the IRS or ISS. Excuse me, I'm thinking tax time here. I don't know why, but they should have had people in space when SpaceX got their deal done. You know, that the competition should have been even. They should have been doing it at the same time as Musk. Musk had a different approach, and his approach went a lot easier than what theirs has been. Speaking of the IRS, Steve, the city I live in has made the news with the IRS. Have you heard about this, Steve?
What's that?
Well, I live in the city of Deltona, and I guess we got to pay the IRS $1 million. The city does, because somebody forgot to file a form, and this form hadn't been filed in like 3 or 4 years. So we owe the IRS some money because we didn't file a form. Now, how can missing one form add up to $1 million? Well, guess what that form was about, Steve? It was about the health insurance for the employees of the city. So nothing is going to be charged back to the city, and nothing's going to be charged. To the actual recipient, or the residents of the town are not going to pay any taxation because it's the city's mistake. Mm-hmm. Now, I assume there is going to be some accountants that are going to be on the line, and they might not be employed. And as far as the employees of the city, they're not going to be charged back or charged anything for something that obtained to their health insurance. But I found it kind of funny, thing that we always gripe and complain about, and it's nothing that I'm a fan of. I hate insurance, what they're charging for it nowadays. It's not that I hate the programs, it's I hate the idea how much money we have to put into an insurance company's pocket. But I find it funny that that's what causes somebody to get hammered by the IRS because of one form not being filed correctly. So, food for thought there, bud. So, as far as the protesters go, I think UCLA, they finally stepped up to the plate. We need to take care of business like that. We talked about that the other day. And Steve, who's that guy drive for a company out there in Texas? I've seen that went off the road there with his truck in the water. Did you see that one?
Is that the one that went down the boat ramp, or is it something else? No,
there's footage of a guy driving along. These trucks are trying to go down the the road and go through the water, and you see them going through, and this one guy goes off the side of the water.
Yeah, I saw that. Yes. I don't what the hell is, and then you see he ends up he's out there hanging off the side of the truck.
Yeah, he climbed out the top of it and was trying to get up by like where the upper fairing was for the air dam. I'm like, well, that took a lot of sense. Why didn't you just follow the line or stay over to the one side? If you see the trucks ahead of you are staying through it, you stay over to their side. You know, I don't know why he tried to deviate and go off to the right, which put him into the ditch. You know, but that's what people need to see when they tell you don't go into the water. When there's water covering the road, that's what people need to see, because look how big a truck is, and look what happened to that one.
Yep.
So, well, that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time. Thanks for having me. Y'all have a good day.
I don't know if maybe he was doing like a passing maneuver. He's going to pass in the floodwaters, right? I don't know what the hell he was thinking.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, last week had a recall on ground beef. Looks like early this week, a recall on peanuts. Hang in there, we'll give you the full report. I know a lot of you eat peanuts out there on the road. A little snack as you're rolling down the highway, all right? First to Wheelchair Dave. How we doing?
Hey, guy. Just want to do a follow-up there with old Philip. Philip's right when he was talking about the computers flying all the spacecrafts and stuff like that. And we surely don't want to see another repeat of the Apollo 11 or Apollo 1. I'm not sure how old you were, Steve, back then. In 67, how old were you in 67?
3.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, all 3 of those astronauts burn up right there on the launch pad. Unfortunately, we lost Gus Grisham and Ed White and Roger, what was his last name? Keefe or something like that. But that was Apollo 1, and there was a fire, and they couldn't get out. They were on 39 there. They were on 39 and burn up right there at 39.
Wow.
So it was, and that was Rockwell and Apollo and Boeing and all that. Vic will remember all that quite well, probably as well. But now by taking Neil Armstrong, if you guys remember, if you saw any documentations or any of his speeches, he had to take the Eagle to the moon. He had to disconnect from the computer flight program and actually take the stick and fly that thing. So that's a little history, guys, for you guys. But anyhow, at 3 years old, you wouldn't know anything about that.
No recollection, none whatsoever. More of my memories are along the lines of like Apollo 13, 11, 13.
Okay. Did you get to watch the finish of that race, that NASCAR race today, or not?
I did not. I haven't even yet seen the replay of the finish there. Sounds like it was a doozy, though. Hey, hang in there. We'll talk more racing action as we're rolling into a Monday. We got to take care of the news break, though. Bottom of the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Donald Trump heads back to court on Monday, the latest on testimony from Friday at his hush money trial in New York City from USA's Jen Gilbert.
During Friday's testimony, his former press secretary revealed the 2016 campaign team entered crisis mode following the release of the infamous Access Hollywood tape in which Trump boasted about grabbing women's genitals. On the witness stand, Hope Hicks stated that Trump initially told her, "That doesn't sound like something I would say."
And today is Cinco de Mayo, the 5th of May. Many Mexican restaurants across our country offering specials on food and drinks. Mystic Dan wins the 150th Kentucky Derby in an insane photo finish. The experts had to examine the video from all three horses who were neck and neck crossing the finish line. Sierra Leone coming in second place, followed by Forever Young. The odds, by the way, for Mystic Dan were 20-1. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. So not only was it a photo finish there at the Kentucky Derby, it was a photo finish at Kansas Speedway. So, I mean, was it a pretty exciting race overall? I mean, last week, talking to Eagle, he was citing how Kansas, I don't know, Kansas is kind of like one of the cookie cutter tracks, and it just gets kind of monotonous. Was it a good race?
Well, actually, no. There's a lot of yellows. I didn't watch the, off and on. I didn't sit there and glue into it for the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons it was 3 hours late even coming on TV, rain delay. So I'm kind of surprised there. And as it went into the evening-ish, I'm like, well, Steve's going to be able to get up and watch the ending of this thing. It's going to be over around 10:30 or 10 or 10:30 tonight. But it surprised me. They did have to turn the lights on out there, but it did finish before sunset. So for Central Time out there. But wow, I'm going to say what a finish. Now, when they first called the race, that Chris Butcher, the crew went wild the whole 9 yards on pit road and everything, and he had thought he had won it, and looked like everybody else did too. But they showed a close-up finish, and that one fellow just called in, the new caller, Bill, I think his name was. It was just it was like the paint of the bumper, if you want to say that. Yeah. It was paint on the bumper that actually allowed Kyle Larson to win, and just totally mesmerized Chris there, Butcher. But anyhow, one thing you read, apparently you must have read up. I didn't read up, but you must have read up a follow-up on Larson. I lost coverage of it or whatever right after that. It's definitely going to give him momentum for the month of May going into the Indy 500 race,
Mm-hmm.
And Coca-Cola 600. I mean, both. It's really going to. He's psyched when he got out of that car and stuff, and he was just. He did the Alan Kwiatkowski, Polish reversed. When they go around the
victory
track
lap
backwards.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, Alan Kwiatkowski's the one that actually started that. But anyhow, I just wanted to call in and say hello to everybody. And I guess Eagle didn't get a chance to see you. He was out on the road there. I hope he doesn't get caught in those floods out in Texas out there. But we'll be listening in, and thanks for taking my call, Steve.
Good to hear from you.
Have a good night.
Wheelchair Dave, thank you very much. All right, with that, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. All right, it's Planters brand, very, very popular. 2 variety of Planters brand nuts recalled because they could be contaminated with Listeria bacteria. Hormel Foods announcing the recall, according to the announcement posted on the Food and Drug Administration website. Now, the recalled just 2 different items, 4-ounce packages of Planters honey roasted peanuts. The kind of thing you're going to pick out right up there at the checkout counter, right? Just for a little snack. 4-ounce packages of Planters honey roasted peanuts, and then the larger 8.75-ounce cans of the Planters Deluxe lightly salted mixed nuts, which that's the one that I would pick out when I'm purchasing. It's got the variety in there. The recall covered 2 retailers and outlets in 5 states. The products were sent to Publix warehouses in Florida, Georgia, Alabama, and North Carolina, as well as Dollar Tree distribution warehouses in South Carolina and Georgia. No other products covered by the recall at this point. Now, they said no illnesses associated have been reported at this point, but retailers have been alerted. If you've purchased, either throw it out or take it where you purchased for an exchange or a refund. All right, the CDC estimates that Listeria is the 3rd leading cause of death from foodborne illness in the United States. Listeria can also cause an intestinal illness that the CDC calls usually mild. However, the illness can spread. According to the CDC, about 1,600 people became sick with Listeria annually, and about 260 die from it. Apparently, when the illness spreads beyond the intestines, pregnant women, people with weakened immune systems, those over the age of 65, would be at the greatest health risk. But again, it's the little 4-ounce packages of honey roasted peanuts, 8.75-ounce cans of Planters Deluxe lightly salted mixed nuts. And it's 844-844-3388. A couple of weeks ago, I think I mentioned at the time, I suspect that this bird flu thing is going to become a major headline. I thought it would be more of a headline by now than it's apparently actually become, but it is getting more and more attention. Over the weekend, the update now says, a polar bear in the Arctic, red foxes in Europe, penguins in Antarctica, and a wide range of other animals have been infected with the flu virus strain currently spreading in dairy cattle here in the U.S. Why does it matter? They say up to 75% of new and emerging infectious diseases in people come from animals, and most of those can be tracked back to wildlife. Monitoring wild animals for diseases can help scientists identify emerging health threats. Now, government agencies here and around the world monitor wild birds for avian influenza, which spreads in bird population without really causing symptoms, and select animals for other pathogens. But on the whole, there is very little surveillance of wildlife for any diseases. According to Emory University, an exception is animals that are commercially important, like deer, that people pay to hunt. Now, outbreaks of avian flu in farmed poultry and wild birds really started to increase around the world in 2020. Soon after, the virus started to kill mammals, seals from Chile, Russia to Maine, red foxes in Europe, and the U.S., sea lions in Peru. and other species. They say bird flu now has affected nearly 20 wild mammal species in the U.S. since 2022, including brown bears, skunks, mountain lions, the bottlenose dolphin in Florida. Now cows becoming infected. Now, they said they become ill but recover without treatment, apparently. We've had the one mild human infection detected so far in a person exposed to dairy cattle. Some researchers suspect not all cases in workers are being spotted, though. A report published Friday suggests that may be the first detected case of the H5N1 virus transmitting from a mammal to a person. The CDC continues to say the risk to the general public is low, but there's a lot of intrigue. We've been seeing bird-to-mammal transmission in a diversity of wild and domestic animals for about the last 4 or 5 years, or scientists are watching for evidence of the virus being transmitted from one mammal to another, which increases the risk of the virus for humans. The USDA has confirmed this version of influenza is being transmitted between different cows in the same herd and between herds when they're moved. But exactly how is still an open question. There's some evidence that the virus was transmitted from mammal to mammal in farmed minks, they tell us. Wild animals are in general thought to get the virus by eating an infected bird or being exposed to its fecal matter. But with wildlife, it's really hard to know if mammal-to-mammal spread or individual events because there's not a whole lot of surveillance. Now, they released the first images of the Texas farm worker that had come down with the bird flu from a cow. It shows he suffered bleeding in the eyeballs. This was the first known case of mammal-to-human transmission. The dairy worker went to the hospital in March after experiencing painful red, weeping eyes with burst blood vessels. His eyes began to swell up, although he had no fever. An examination showed his lungs were clear. The journal also contained the image of the infected man alongside the scientific term for his eye condition, conjunctivitis with subconjunctival hemorrhage. Now, he told investigators he had not been in contact with sick or dead birds, but did have repeated direct close contact with dairy cows in an area known to have infected herds. They said swabs of his eyes revealed a substantial presence of the H5N1 virus, although little was found in his lungs. This has led researchers considering whether he may have actually been infected through the eyes by maybe rubbing them with contaminated hands or being possibly splashed with contaminated liquids such as milk. In the New England Journal of Medicine report, CDC epidemiologists said they were unable to access the farm where he was infected, which prevented them from being able to research precisely how workers may have been exposed. And that left me scratching my head. What do you mean? Spokesperson for the Texas Department of State Health Services said it's because the infected dairy worker did not disclose the name of their workplace during a visit to a field office for testing. According to the report, the worker did not wear protective eye goggles or a face mask, which could have prevented the infection, they say. But that's about what we know at this point. Bird flu circulating in cows, and it's been now, they're saying, for an estimated 4 months before it was confirmed by labs in late March. That was the new report released by the Department of Agriculture on Thursday. They're kind of going back and trying to trace back. So 4 months. Probably back to what? Thanksgiving time? November, December, January, February. So it is 844-844-3388. Back to work Monday. Room for you, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
To cancel their Cinco de Mayo parade yesterday in Chicago. Abruptly, police, out of an abundance of caution, the Cinco de Mayo parade canceled to protect the safety of all in attendance, including families and children. They said this decision was made in agreement between the Chicago Police Department's 10th District, elected officials, and parade organizers following gang violence in the area. I guess the weekend had already been off to quite the rousing start, and they said probably not a good time to get a whole bunch of people together out there in the streets. They said at this time multiple arrests have been made, including gun arrests. Chicago police were clearing the parade route, asking all the parade goers to go home. So, I guess the crowds were gathering, and at the last minute they said, this ain't going to happen. Too much going on out here, and the likelihood of probably retaliatory gang violence was almost imminent. So, cancel the parade. To the right-wing nut.
Yes, right-wing nut. Yeah. Oh, so it sounds like someone did a Lightning McQueen there on the racetrack there. Who stuck their tongue out the furthest, and they won. Of course, during cars, Lightning McQueen stuck his tongue out, and all three of them tied. So that sounds like a pretty good race. It wasn't restrictor plated, was it? I hate restrictor plate racing.
No.
Takes too long to get fired up, And I don't want to see something doing 160 when I know damn well it can do 200 plus, So, yeah, there you go. Well, that IndyCar race where Al Unser Sr., Little Al, beat Scott Goodyear by that much. Remember that year? I think it was 91, 92, something like that. It was close. Well, I kept on hearing about the Senor Slacker, and I finally found him. So let me go ahead and transfer this headset over to him, and he'll tell you about eating bugs. I tell you, those rich people, they got it made. Hang on a second. All right, Senor, got it. Put it on your head. Oh, no, damn it, the other way. There you go. Yeah. Hello, Senor.
Hello?
Is he Senor Steve?
This
Senor?
is. Yes, it is.
Hey. Okay.
Cinco de Mayo.
Oh. Cinco de Mayo. Gotcha. See? Anyways. No, I don't like eating bugs. I don't like eating them bugs at all. I'll eat daffies and petunias and porkies and who's that big rooster?
Turkeys.
Foghorn the leghorn. Yeah, I like eating those. They're good, but I don't like eating bugs, bunnies or grasshoppers. They make me a little jumpy after a while, so I don't eat them. It's always Christmas at the house. We've got red chili and green chilies all the time, every day, every year. Why? Because when you put red and green together, it's every day. It's like Christmas. So see, so what kind of show you got on? What's he called?
It's called the Overnight Drive.
Overnight drive to where?
Wherever you're going.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think I spoke too much. I'm gonna go to bed. It's been a long 5 minutes.
It sounds
so
like
I'll
it.
put you back with the.
Yeah, Senor
I'll
Heatwave.
put you back with the right wing nut.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Right-wing nut. So hang on just a second.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Damn it, that old boy, he just ain't in tune with the world. I tell you, he's just a little slacker. I don't know what else to say about him. But anyways, yeah, I tell you what, hey, I need to get me a hunting license. Where do I go to get one for terrorists? They got one around?
I don't think
In any
that,
state, we'll have to go to
that's
DC.
not available yet. We haven't come out with a terrorist hunting license just yet. But that's a good idea.
Oh, yeah. I'm imagine there are a bunch of rednecks out there, got their scopes ready, saying, "Hold my beer." Yeah, they be out there. You know, they don't want to have the rednecks out there and at the campuses, nor do they want them overseas, because ain't nothing more disgustingly angry than a redneck whose favorite NASCAR team lost or favorite football team lost or I'll tell you what, yeah, you get a little bit of alcohol in them and there's going to be a whole new set of fireworks out there. Yeah, I'll tell you what, eating bugs, yeah, that's just not a good thing, especially when all them rich sons of, little sons of whatever, start flying around in their private damn jets telling us how much we need to cancel our carbon footprint and how we need to eat grass to save the planet. Well, you know, that there was a vegan restaurant there in Los Angeles that decided, you know what, we're going to go non-vegan. We're going to start serving meat. Good source of protein. And they figured vegans and cattle got one thing in common. Both of them eat grass, and both of them fart. So, I mean, you're not really saving the world that way, being vegan. But, you eat the meat, you're going to be filled up with some good protein. So, other than that, I guess I'm going to get over here and set my sight on apple turkey and try this again either tomorrow night or the night after.
All right. Well, I think you're supposed to have a kind of a windy day out there, so be careful out there in the winds.
Oh, Yeah. Well, I thought Wendy was supposed to come over already, but I guess windy weather and Stormy Daniels, it's all the same. It's just a big damn mess. And one thing before I go, Miss Millie, if you're out there, good morning, Miss Millie.
All right.
See you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we hit the news break, top of the hour. Back after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing, BS, and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds, or call 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Texas people say at least 220 people have been rescued from flooded homes and vehicles because of rising rivers near Houston. Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo telling CNN no deaths or serious injuries have been reported. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, is announcing $400 million in funding to help boost security and safety measures at synagogues, mosques, and churches. The move comes on the heel of bomb threats at numerous synagogues in New York over the weekend. Senator Schumer speaking about the new law.
It allows you to put in cameras so you can detect who might do something to your synagogue. Fences, strong windows, and 2 years ago we modified it so you can actually hire personnel.
The move comes as anti-Israel protests continue at college campuses nationwide. Well over 2,000 people have been arrested in recent weeks as the protests have sometimes led to violent confrontations between agitators and police in riot gear. While President Biden has condemned the protests, he has received backlash from both sides of the aisle for his handling of the demonstrations as well. Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman joined CBS and talks about the criticism President Biden has received.
It's perfectly normal if you don't agree with the president on this issue or many other issues. But it's very strange that when we have this incredible, important election right in front of us about 6 months ago, and it's really two stark choices.
Gas prices have fallen over the past few weeks. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg, publisher of the Lundberg Survey, tells us how much.
We have the first gasoline price drop of the year as of now. It's a 2-cent decline to $3.75 per gallon for regular grade. This after 15 weeks of surging prices, which rose 59 cents from the start of the year.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A Jewish organization is out with new numbers on anti-Semitic attacks here in the United States, as a Jewish-owned bakery in Atlanta, Georgia, targeted multiple times and vandalized. USA's Laura Winters reports.
As pro-Palestinian protests rage on college campuses across the country, the ADL, Anti-Defamation League, reporting a 360% spike in anti-Semitic attacks since the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. Now, the latest anti-Semitic attack in Atlanta, where a Jewish-owned bakery shop on the campus of Emory University targeted. The store vandalized, and the owner of Ali's Cookies, a woman named Nofar Shablis, telling Fox News that a caller threatened to come and burn us. The shop also receiving an email stating, "Your store is going down unless you will stop supporting a country that murders, tortures, and commits a genocide." Police investigating.
A section of I-95 in Norwalk, Connecticut is fully reopened to traffic after a fiery crash closed the road last week. Workers demolishing an overpass that was damaged early Thursday when a car that was merging onto I-95 struck a gasoline tanker that was parked beneath it. Attention now turns to replacing the overpass, which officials say design should be complete within the next few weeks. And no word if Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan will run in the Preakness Stakes, set for 2 weeks in Baltimore. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Well, so much for the most favored horse in the Derby Saturday. The Fierceness at 3-1. Ultimately finished 15th in a 20-horse field. Mystic Dan, shocker, with jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. winning the 150th Kentucky Derby. Turned out to be a 3-way photo finish, edging Sierra Leone and Forever Young. at Churchill Downs. Now, Mystic Dan started out at the number 3 post, squeezing through on the rail on the final turn, leading throughout the stretch, and just held off a charging Sierra Leone and Forever Young by a nose at the wire. Catching Freedom finished 4th. But at 18-1, Hernandez was able to capture his first Kentucky Derby after a short wait for the result to become official. Sierra Leone, the second favorite, that was at 9-2. Forever Young, third at 6-1. As I mentioned, Fierceness, the Derby favorite, at 3-1, finished 15th. So second leg of the Triple Crown takes place May the 18th with the Preakness Stakes at Pimlico in Baltimore. Final leg, June the 8th, that would be the Belmont Stakes in Belmont Park, Elmont, New York. There have been 13 Triple Crown winners. The last, Justify, in 2018. I guess at this point they still have not made any sort of official announcement. Will Mystic Dan actually be participating at the Preakness? If not, there will not be a Triple Crown winner once again this year. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Happy greatest day of the week.
Thank you.
So we're supposed to do that because Captain Ron's not around this morning, right?
Correct.
So, all right, happy greatest day of the week then. That's supplementing in for Captain Ron. So to update your reporting there on the horse racing, the Belmont Stakes will not be in New York City this year.
Really?
The Belmont will be held at Saratoga. Saratoga is opening up for a special to host the Belmont because the racetrack in New York is under construction. So
how about that?
The Belmont race will be held at Saratoga, and they're sweeping the mothballs off to the side to host the weekend events up there, and then they're going to push all the mothballs back out, and then reopen in August for their normal August 1 month opening for for all the flat track racing, and then they close it all back up, and they're all closed back up. And from what I was told, the Belmont will be in Saratoga this year and next year, and then after that it'll go back to its home back down there where they usually hold it down there in New York City, there just outside. I guess it's I don't think it's LaGuardia. I think it's Kennedy Airport that's right there next door to the racetrack. So anyways, that's your latest breaking news on the world of horse racing. And no, I didn't get any tips this year. My brother-in-laws that do all the horse racing stuff there, they didn't even give us the heads up that the race was going on this weekend. Usually there's a bunch of talk in the family going around about the race and stuff, and I don't know if we got left out of the loop or what happened, but we never heard a whole lot about it. And wife and I walked in the house Saturday afternoon. Well, actually it was Saturday evening, and we'd been out getting some things, and she's like, "Isn't the Belmont this weekend or the Derby this weekend?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Yeah. That's today. But it's almost 7:35, 7:40, and it's like, yeah, maybe we still have the direct TV. I think that's going away. The bill just came for that. It went back up another $15. So I don't know if that's going to piss the wife off enough that she's going to tell them and stick their direct TV where they can keep it if they want it, but we ain't paying. But anyway, so we turned the TV and the satellite deal all on there and put it in reverse and started backing it up and realized we'd only missed the race there by about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So we just got back and then didn't realize the race was at 7:30 at night, Your Honor. Thought it was more like 5:30 in the afternoon usually, but I guess things have moved on and changed a little bit. So So anyways, we watched the race from the loading of the starting gate, and they let them go. We didn't really pay attention to how many went in. They let them go. My wife's like, are they running 2 races at the same time? Because there's a lot of horses out there on the track.
Right,
And
20.
I said, yeah, this is going to... I said, this is going to be ugly because I know how much rain they've had down there the last few days, and I know there's no way they got that track dry, so this is going to be a muddy race. And if you notice Mystic Dan at the end, he was the only one that did not have mud on him. He was out in clean air the whole way around that track from start to finish, Your Honor. I don't know if he was always in the lead, but wherever he was, he did not have a horse in front of him, because I forget already what the jockey's name was there, something Junior. But that horse and jockey did not have any mud on them, and so that's a pretty amazing feat. If there was 20 horses on that track, and you're the only one that didn't have mud. So anyways, congratulations to him and the horse racing world. And I don't know, we didn't hear much about any of the rest of the day. I hope all the rest of the horses made out all right, because there was one report there, and I'm not sure if it was your newscast or another one, that said there's a lot of horse trainers that do not go to Kentucky because they don't trust that their horses won't break down there and have to be put down. So I don't know if they've ever come up with the whole reason for that yet or not. And but anyways, we'll have to see and go on from there. The world of highway news. We had a bus accident here north of Baltimore yesterday. Had 1 fatality and 23 taken to hospitals, and I'm not sure all the details behind that, but that was at mile marker 79 on the northbound side of I-95, and so that was a pretty ugly thing to wake up to yesterday morning hearing about. And what else we got going? The bridge replaced in Connecticut. How do you like that, Your Honor? Connecticut showed up Pennsylvania there pretty quick, didn't they? They put the whole bridge in a weekend instead of just filling in a hole with a pile of glass. So kudos to Connecticut. But the question here lies, why was a gasoline tanker parked underneath the bridge? What was was the driver out getting his Dunkin' Donuts, or what was going on that the driver had parked the gasoline tanker under the bridge to be hit by a car? I guess that's the next question we have to find an answer to. So I will have to see what was going on with that. But good to them that they got the road reopened, because I know that must have been one heck of a terrible detour there. I know there was something else that was going on that was detoured. There was something else further on in the country that was detoured. I'm not sure exactly what it was. Anyways, what else we got? I don't know. Not a whole lot there. What happened with the Kansas race? Was there anything spectacular with that?
No, just a finish of 1/1000th of a second.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't watch that. I actually went to turn that on yesterday, and because it was on that Fox Sports 1 there, that's not part of the TV package we have with the DirecTV. So yeah, I didn't get to watch the NASCAR race because Fox can't be bothered to broadcast it on their normal broadcasting channel.
Yeah, now that I've cut the cable, I don't have Fox Sports or FS1 or all that stuff. I'm back to the free TV.
Yeah. So anyways, if you look into it somehow or another, of course, there's if you have a smart TV, there's a bunch of free channels you can watch on that. And if you're subscribed to anything, the Netflix or the Peacock or Paramount Plus or any of that, you can watch all that with your smart TV. But they actually have DV recorders, kind of like what your old VCR used to be, and if you got real fancy there, when you bought your disc player, your Blu-ray or whatever, you could have actually got a recorder that would record on the discs. You could have put your TV shows you were watching on disc, and but anyways, after that, they now sell DV recorders. So you can set it up, and I'm not sure how you set the channels up and everything, but you can record the TV programming right to the DV recorder. So if there's a show you normally watch, you can record it all yourself there at home, and you don't need any of the special service that you either got from your cable company or your satellite company and all that. You can actually do it all yourself. But I haven't. I've been told about it and kind of tried to start looking at it, but I've never gotten it figured out exactly what it is you need to get. But you got to have your digital antenna, and as I say, I don't know if you need the smart TV or if the DV recorder actually works like what you were saying there the other day about having the converter box. But if you have the smart TV, you should not need the converter box. The digital TV should, your new
automatically
TV
do it.
Should have that digital analyzer in it there, so you don't have to convert it with that box to put it to a conventional TV. Now, if you still have the conventional TVs, if you still have one of those tube type old conventional style TVs, then you will need the converter box. But I didn't know what you had down there in the game room down there for the grandsons to play their video games on, and that if you had the old tube style TV down there for them, or the big projection TV. Remember the big projection TVs, Your Honor? They were about 8 feet wide, 8 feet
Yes,
thick,
yes, had one of those. Weighed 1,000 pounds.
Yeah, exactly, Your Honor. Yeah, you need the converter box for that one. So anyways, other than that, we got a little bit of fog in the area. Had some misty rain all weekend, ugly rain, and so it's I don't know. It's supposed to. We got showers. I don't know, off and on for a few days, something. I don't know. I lost track. I was trying to figure it out, but I think the wife said Tuesday is supposed to be up into the 80s. So we'll see what happens with all this. I bet you we're in for humidity, Your Honor. All this groundwater and 80-some degree day. I would almost guarantee we're going to have some humidity move in here.
I would suspect.
So, anyways. I guess with all that, we probably want to get a middle of the top and bottom hour break or something in here, and so I've probably yacked about all I can yak about for right now, and we'll see what we can do. We got a 4 o'clock load time again this morning, so we'll see where we all end up, and maybe we can shout back at you there in the loneliest hour.
Very good. All right. Well, thanks for checking in. Don't forget the countdown clock is ticking. We're less than a week away from the Mother's Day convoy. All right, the next couple of days we'll start looking weather-wise. We're doing our best to convince the AccuWeather gods that we would like some beautiful weather along the eastern seaboard next weekend for Mother's Day. Don't rain on our parade, as they say. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
I guess the old motto is try, don't succeed. Try again. Looks like that's what McDonald's is going to do. For some reason, sales are down. Well, duh. Look at your menu prices. The price you pay. Feed a family of four a Mickey D's dinner. You could go to some of the other chain sit-down restaurants. Go to Outback and get a steak dinner. You're not going to get a filet mignon, but you get a steak baked potato for damn near McDonald's prices. But they're going to roll out a bigger burger. Now they're going to test it in 20 markets, including some outside of the USA, hoping to offer the bigger hamburgers at their more than 41,000 restaurants before the end of next year. According to the CEO, the opportunity is significant for a large, more satiating burger. As I mentioned, they have long tried and failed to launch a premium burger. Remember the classic McDLT? Do you recall the Arch Deluxe? How about the Angus Third Pound Burger? None of those stayed on the menu for more than a couple of years. So what they're trying to do is chase the success of some of the other big burger competitors. Your Shake Shacks, your Five Guys, Freddy's, or Culver's. Thinking if you want to do that, well, you're going to have to get back to where you grill your damn burgers right there and they're fresh when you put them on the bun. There's a big difference in a flame-broiled burger fresh off the grill versus some patty that's been sitting in a drawer for 10 minutes, and it's not even warm enough to melt the cheese when you put it on the burger. It's quality. Good morning, Scarecrow.
Hey there, big buddy. Well, Steve, I'll lead it off with a big thank you, man. Thank you for taking the burden and load off my shoulders by letting everyone know earlier on there what day of the week it was. You know, it'd have been hypocritical of myself to even suggest this was the greatest day of the week. And if you think back on Friday, I kind of did a little rehearsal there. I about choked on myself trying to spew it out at that point. So, but yeah, at least Horse Feathers there, he's able to chime in a little bit to double up there. So
right.
At least you got that going for everyone there. Oh man, Steve, somebody's been watching reruns of MASH. We heard that race earlier on. When I heard Bouncing Betty coming around, I know how this is going to play out. Yeah, there's a MASH scene, Steve, where they have gurney races, and the nurses are on the gurneys, and
the guys are pushing the gurneys. And Bouncing Betty, she was kind of the standout, so to speak. Her name was mentioned a lot, and if I remember right, she won by, you can add the figure out what she won by.
Yes.
In that phrase there, yeah. Oh, yeah, the ponies are running. I don't set my clock to watch them. We usually try to at least catch the Derby itself. And I think it was about 10 minutes of post time it hit me. Oh, wait a minute. I think we got some action coming up here. Well, I'm not a horse person. I do appreciate a fine looking horse. They are a beautiful animal, but we enjoy, we're people watchers, Steve, both the bride and myself, and it's just as entertaining to look at what kind of headdress the various girls and ladies have put together for the event. There's a few that looked like oversized bath sponge, not sponges, but the modern version of the bath sponge, just kind of all that mesh stuff wadded up together. That's kind of looked like what they tied onto the top of their hat, and that's the finery, I guess, of the event. But so yeah, we did see that. I am a bit disappointed I didn't leave the NASCAR race on. I brought it up. There was, I think it said lap 27 of 80 to go. So I moved on to bigger and better things, and I guess now I'm gonna have to.
Gotta go watch. Just go back and watch the green, white, checkered. Right? Hey, we pause there.
USA News Update. Donald Trump heads back to court on Monday, the latest on testimony from Friday at his hush money trial in New York City from USA's Jen Gilbert.
During Friday's testimony, his former press secretary revealed the 2016 campaign team entered crisis mode following the release of the infamous Access Hollywood tape in which Trump boasted about grabbing women's genitals. On the witness stand, Hope Hicks stated that Trump initially told her, "That doesn't sound like something I would say."
And today is Cinco de Mayo, the 5th of May. Many Mexican restaurants across our country offering specials on food and drinks. Mystic Dan wins the 150th Kentucky Derby in an insane photo finish. The experts had to examine the video from all three horses who were neck and neck crossing the finish line. Sierra Leone coming in second place, followed by Forever Young. The odds, by the way, for Mystic Dan were 20-1. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the cyber attack on the Kansas-Missouri camera system, 400 cameras in the Kansas City metro area that, according to the report, will be out of commission possibly for months. Every day, cyber this, cyber that. Last week, the U.S. intelligence chief warned Congress of a sharp increase in cyber attacks, telling lawmakers the threats remain one of the most serious international threats that we face. We've seen a massive increase in the number of ransomware attacks globally in the last year, which went up as much as 74% in 23. This is the Director of National Intelligence, Arvil Haines, at a Senate hearing, adding that U.S. companies are most heavily targeted, including our healthcare industry. Although the likelihood of any single attack having a widespread effect on interrupting critical services remains low, the increased number of attacks and those willing to access and manipulate these control systems increases the overall odds that at least one could have a more significant impact. He said there are several ways for entities to prevent being targeted. So many of those attacks are basically possible as a consequence of just not engaging in good cybersecurity practices, not updating passwords, doing the kind of work that needs to be done, patching vulnerabilities. That testimony a day after United Healthcare's CEO said in another Senate hearing that his company, which owns Change Healthcare, is still trying to understand why the server attacked by hackers earlier this year lacked a basic form of security, multi-factor authentication. That's the group that provides technology to submit and process billions of insurance claims every year. Hackers gained access in February. They unleashed a ransomware attack that encrypted and froze large parts of that company's system, which in turn triggered a disruption of payment and claims processing all over the country, stressing doctors' offices and healthcare systems by interfering with their ability to file claims and get paid. Now, they say United Health quickly disconnected the affected systems to limit damage and paid a $22 million ransom in Bitcoin. And the company is still recovering. That's the first I had actually seen that they paid the ransom, $22 million in Bitcoin. So if the idea is you can't trace where that money went, very interesting though. But still trying to recover. It is 844-3388. I see 57 checked in here a bit ago. He's at the home 20 this Monday, greatest day of the week. And Jerry just jumped in here a few moments ago. Hello, Jerry. And back to Scarecrow.
Well, I had nothing to do with any ransom calls or anything there, Steve. I don't know what in the world I would do with Bitcoins. That's how much I know about them. Well, it was good to hear Heatwave's voice kind of coming around there, sounding a little stronger each time he calls in these days. The Lone Ranger, he sounded, well, he managed to put the pain behind him for the moment there, Steve. And
right.
He sounded like the Ranger of old. You know, lots of questions and lots of comments to go right along with it. So, yeah, that was well received there. Steve, has the program app changed a little bit for no other reason than just like the logo or such? That now this is on for the iPhone. When I logged in last night, it was the old original. Well, the app logo that's been there forever. Yet, right before shortly before I called in, I noticed the image is like if it were playing an older recorded program. And I even logged out, and when I brought up the display on my screen again, it was this new image.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know if what's going on. In fact, I think the screen now, I don't think it shows the arrow to start and stop the program. I don't know if something you're aware of or just something.
I was not aware of. I don't know. I mean, the Android app came back at I think yesterday at some point in time. Now, it looks the same on mine, but I mean, I haven't. It plays, but I haven't downloaded. Some callers are saying it looks totally different. So maybe I need to download the new one. I wasn't aware of there maybe doing anything with the iPhone, but
well, like you say, the image. I guess it kind of looks like, thinking back, kind of like the. Either way. I'm lost and confused at the moment here. Really didn't have a whole lot of entertainment or newsworthy items here tonight. I guess the big news in our world, so to speak, the United States got their U-2 back. I think it was Friday, not Saturday, and we got our eldest son back. That was Saturday sometime. Well, now, Steve, you understand why you're never going to see a U-2 on display at an air show. The logistics of bringing one in, there's just the manpower involved just doesn't make sense, to even try. I think I told you before, that's the only plane in the world that uses that particular fuel. So on top of that, the ground personnel, it was 2 years back, they shuttled 2 or 3 planes from Osan back to California. Well, they had to go through Hawaii. Steve, they had to bring in 28 personnel just to handle the transfer, on the ground and launch them again. Just to turn those 2 planes around and get them back airborne again. So no, may see them, do a flyover or such, but they leave California, come to the air show and do a couple of flyovers and head it right back home again. So, yeah, other than that, and yeah, I mentioned Stewie made it home. He made it back just in time for, it looked like some squadron party or festival or such. He wound up being the guest of honor on the dunk tank, and unfortunately the daughter-in-law didn't get the camera up quite in time. She got him climbing back out of the water, but so either way, that's all I really got to share with you at the moment here, Steve, and I don't see much else coming my way in the next hour, but you never know. So. All right, talk later.
All right, thank you for the update here on a Monday. Let's see if I can flip back over to my email here, because Vic had chimed in about this past day, and I had the full story. The headline is Judge Disbands Biden's Department of Homeland Security Intelligence Group, led by hoaxers. Vic said, Steve, this action, which entails FISA warrant act, demonstrates that there is more than one way to skin a cat, if everyone remembers who the real enemy is. And we now have seen how ineffective government shutdowns are with Democrats in power. The story is America First Legal and former President Donald Trump's acting director of national intelligence, Rick Grinnell, have hailed victory over the partisan and biased Department of Homeland Security Intelligence Group, led by, remember the letter of 51 Obama officials? All these intelligence community officials that recall that signed off on the Russian collusion hoax. John Brennan, James Clapper. The judge says the Biden administration will dissolve and disband its unlawful Department of Homeland Security Intelligence Experts Group, stacked with deep state partisans like James Clapper and John Brennan, following our lawsuit at Richard Grinnell. Okay, that was the statement from the former Trump White House official. They're also turning over their internal documents to our possession. The judge ordered President Joe Biden's deeply criticized disinformation group within 30 days and provide former Trump White House official Stephen Miller's AFL access to documents and records within 15 days. The experts group shall be wound down within 30 days of the entry of this order. I will not hold any future meetings, and the department will not reconstitute the experts group inconsistent with the FACA or the Homeland Security Act of 2002. The department will also provide the experts group meeting agendas and meeting minutes with participating identifying information redacted within 15 days of the entry of the order. Biden, AFL, and Grinnell agreed to drop the litigation because the Biden group, led by none other than Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, agreed to comply with the court order above. The partisanship and corruption coming out of the Biden administration must be challenged in court, not just through public complaining, said Grinnell. Stephen Miller's America's First Legal is doing just that, taking the Biden administration to court when they manipulate the law for their personal political gain. Thank God Stephen created this organization. Let's see. Department of Homeland Security just surrendered because they knew the America First legal team was right and Biden's team broke the law. This is the second illegal Federal Advisory Committee Act violation that the Biden administration has agreed to disband following a lawsuit filed by AFL in December of 22. The Department of Education disbanded their illegal Parents Council following legal action brought by AFL on behalf of their clients. Thanks to the courage of Rick Grinnell in standing up to the deep state, we have just achieved an unqualified legal victory over Mayorkas and Biden, said the AFL President Miller. As a result of our lawsuit in federal court, DHS is surrendering in total to our demands. They're closing down their new partisan intelligence board featuring Clapper and Brennan, which would have been used to promote censored, unethical spying and gross civil rights invasions of political enemies. And they are surrendering their documents, handing them over to our possession. In this case, we won. We beat Biden and the Department of Homeland Security. Now, you go back, Clapper and Brennan were leaders of the Obama administration that sought to investigate their chief political rival, none other than Donald Trump, in 2016, when he was the presumptive Republican presidential nominee, using the guise of the Russian collusion to attempt to tarnish his reputation. But with the 2016 presidential election campaign scrutiny, Trump used the "they spied on my campaign" for his own political gain. That's when Clapper and Brennan managed to use the letter of 51. Yeah, the Obama intelligence officials, to falsely claim that Hunter Biden's laptop story in the 2020 election was Russian disinformation. The now debunked letter of Obama officials seeking to get President Biden elected over Trump claimed the Biden laptop story had all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation, despite the FBI having validated that that laptop was authentic the prior year. Then facing another election campaign to keep Trump from the White House in 2023, Mayorkas formed the Department of Homeland Security Intelligence Group September of last year to tarnish conservatives and control information under the guise of national security. Senators Rand Paul, Rick Scott, Ron Johnson, Roger Marshall wrote in a letter to Mayorkas for the Department of Homeland Security immediately to rescind the appointments of these known purveyors of disinformation to the Homeland Intelligence Experts Group. Mayorkas did not heed the GOP warning, forcing Grinnell and AFL to sue, which ultimately ended in Friday's victory. These scumbags. Maybe one step at a time. Maybe justice will be served. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Anonymous Hippopotamus. Yeah, the Android back. I did mention that earlier. Back up and running. Now it doesn't look different to me.
Yeah, it does to me.
Really?
The Android app does look different. It has different ways to get around in it. I actually kind of like it better here with the Android app. Now
did it automatically pop up for you, or did you have to download it again, or?
It was there, but it was there, but I had to update everything that I wanted. So if I wanted push notifications, or if I wanted the screen to be light or dark or all that, it had me go through like an initial setup. But yeah, after that it just opens and closes like normal. Now the Android app, as Scarecrow was just talking, it has the same appearance. The iPhone app, I should say. I just said Android, didn't I? The iPhone app, it does have a new appearance because it looks identical now to the Android app. So it has changed its appearance as well. So both the iPhone and the Android have a new look to them. But anyways,
I'm looking here. I've got on the top left corner. There's like three little dashes, three little lines. If I touch that, is that new? Where it's got the now playing, alarm clock, contact us, view our website. Is that new?
Yeah, I don't have that. I guess I'll have to. I'll screenshot what I got and see if my thing looks like what you got. But anyways, we'll do that for you, and I might have to send it twice.
I wonder. I wonder if it depends on what particular updated version of the Android you have, because I'm not sure what version I guess this is.
That's a possibility too. But on the screen, the app actually has got like a green outline to it now. Your logo's in the middle, but the little cube that the background of the app itself is got a little green button that you push now with your logo in the center of that green, where before I think it was blue or black or something. The whole thing is, the appearance on the home screen has changed as well. So anyways, I'll have to do.
All I know is at least if people, all those that have the Android, at least they're able to pull it up now.
Yeah, everything works now, so it should be good to go. I don't know if I have you in this one or not, so we'll see what comes up here. But nope, I guess not. I'll have to send it to myself to send it to you, so we can do that. Yeah, working out of the one tablet there. I just use it for work. I really don't use it for a lot of other stuff. So to be sending stuff out of the normal working realm, it doesn't do a whole lot. But anyway, but I just want to check back and let you know both those are working. But yeah, the iPhone has definitely changed its appearance, and the Android does look different from the previous version before everything got set up. But everything seems to work as normal. The only thing I didn't figure out about it is it says podcast at the very bottom, and it takes me back out to my list of all the little apps. So I guess it wants me to go find a podcast in one of the other places that I listen to. I don't know if you can actually listen there. And let me see, which page do I got to go to? The online one. The online one only gives me the player right now. So if you go to overnightdriveradio.com, the only thing it shows me on my screen is the player. So I don't know where all the rest of that went with all the updates.
Okay.
So anyways, I'll send you a screenshot of both of what I got, and I'll mark the one the Android and the one the .com. So
very good.
All right. Hey, with that,
we'll play around with it and figure it all out, but it's back. That's the big news.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing, BS, and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds, or call 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Texas people say at least 220 people have been rescued from flooded homes and vehicles because of rising rivers near Houston. Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo telling CNN no deaths or serious injuries have been reported. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, is announcing $400 million in funding to help boost security and safety measures at synagogues, mosques, and churches. The move comes on the heel of bomb threats at numerous synagogues in New York over the weekend. Senator Schumer speaking about the new law.
It allows you to put in cameras so you can detect who might do something to your synagogue. Fences, strong windows, and 2 years ago we modified it so you can actually hire personnel.
The move comes as anti-Israel protests continue at college campuses nationwide. Well over 2,000 people have been arrested in recent weeks as the protests have sometimes led to violent confrontations between agitators and police in riot gear. While President Biden has condemned the protests, He has received backlash from both sides of the aisle for his handling of the demonstrations as well. Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman joined CBS and talks about the criticism President Biden has received.
It's perfectly normal if you don't agree with the president on this issue or many other issues. But it's very strange that when we have this incredible, important election right in front of us about 6 months ago, and it's really two stark choices.
Gas prices have fallen over the past few weeks. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg, publisher of the Lundberg Survey, tells us how much.
We have the first gasoline price drop of the year as of now. It's a 2-cent decline to $3.75 per gallon for regular grade. This after 15 weeks of surging prices, which rose 59 cents from the start of the year.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A Jewish organization is out with new numbers on anti-Semitic attacks here in the United States as a Jewish-owned bakery in Atlanta, Georgia, targeted multiple times and vandalized. USA's Laura Winters reports.
As pro-Palestinian protests rage on college campuses across the country, the ADL, Anti-Defamation League, reporting a 360% spike in anti-Semitic attacks since the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. Now, the latest anti-Semitic attack in Atlanta, where a Jewish-owned bakery shop on the campus of Emory University targeted. The store vandalized, and the owner of Ali's Cookies, a woman named Nofar Shabless, telling Fox News that a caller threatened to come and burn us. The shop also receiving an email stating, "Your store is going down unless you will stop supporting a country that murders, tortures, and commits a genocide." Police investigating.
A section of I-95 in Norwalk, Connecticut is fully reopened to traffic after a fiery crash closed the road last week. Workers demolishing an overpass that was damaged early Thursday when a car that was merging onto I-95 struck a gasoline tanker that was parked beneath it. Attention now turns to replacing the overpass, which officials say design should be complete within the next few weeks. And no word if Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan will run in the Preakness Stakes, set for 2 weeks in Baltimore. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
do you say? Let's get our final hour underway on a Monday. Yes, the greatest day of the week. Hope you had a good weekend. It was a busy one. Busy. Are you one of those that can't start your day without a cup of joe? Rick in Columbus, I know you are. To the count of, a pot or two, right? Typically he chimes in and says, I'm on my third cup of coffee. On and on it goes. Now, this particular item kind of makes it sound like it's Biden's fault and it's part of Bidenomics. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. I mean, there's only some things that he has control of. And when you're talking about drought conditions in other places around the planet, Joe's not in control of that. None of us are. As much as they try to think they may be able to control it, they can't. But like so many other everyday staples, we've seen the prices soaring. Thanks to external pressure, another staple food item has soared to prices that will not be coming down anytime soon. Coffee. Absolutely essential for millions. Many claim they can't start their day, can't get in gear if they don't have a cup of joe. And they're not talking Joe Biden. There will soon be more financial pain going forward with that morning cup of coffee. Get ready to see coffee prices given a jolt as supply problems, hoarding, contract defaults are tearing through the coffee producing industry globally, causing prices to soar. This is only adding to the skyrocketing cost of breakfast, which is at the highest point since 1979 as it is. And those higher prices are not going away anytime soon, if ever, they tell us. The cost of Robusta coffee beans has soared by more than 30% early in the month of April, and 50% now as a heat wave has settled in over Vietnam, one of the world's top coffee growing regions, according to Bloomberg. The price jump for Robusta has also put pressure on Arabica coffee, causing Arabica futures to rise more than 3%, surpassing the $2 per pound mark for the first time since December. Now, the London-based importer D.R. Wakefield said last week weather conditions are not encouraging. There are still concerns over a possible water shortage for irrigation, which may hurt the output of the next season. But they tell us about 40% of the world's coffee supply is made up of Robusta beans, whereas the Arabica bean is the source of around 60%. Analysts also say that some of the rise in prices of these two beans is due to buyers letting their stocks dwindle over the past price hikes, but are now panic buying for fear that the crops are going to dry up on them. In a more recent follow-up report, Bloomberg added that analysts and sellers are saying they have no idea if the prices will come down. We can't tell when the prices are going to break. We don't have water for our farms, according to one Vietnamese coffee bean farmer. If the drought persists, we won't have lots of new beans to sell in the new season. So the pressure is in full swing, they tell us. Already, farmers and producers have reneged on coffee contracts as growers have been unable to fulfill contracts for upwards to 200,000 tons of beans, or about 13% of the expected harvest. Now, these failures will soon cause prices of coffee to skyrocket for consumers. Add this pressure to the rising prices already seen in most other food staples, and it all adds up to a huge burden on Americans. The price of eggs have been fluctuating wildly. Now, for instance, millions of laying hens had to be destroyed due to the bird flu. Millions of chickens have had to be destroyed thanks to the disease. Yeah, we know bird flu is a growing threat to the American food supply, even outside the poultry industry. Farmers and ranchers are also worried because it has jumped to cattle and dairy herds, which may threaten dairy and meat producers. These pressures, along with Bidenflation or Bidenomics, are causing us all to put more of our income to just our daily survival than we have in decades, they tell us. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Clear lines as we get that final hour underway. Under industry headlines, quite interesting. Jerry Reed, not the country music singer, Jerry with the G, the owner of a small South Texas trucking company, says he is fighting to survive against other carriers who continue to misuse the Mexico-based B-1 visa drivers to deliver loads point to point within the U.S. It's cabotage laws, right? Reed, whose name has actually been changed for the story, spoke to FreightWaves on condition of anonymity out of fear of retribution. They had reported in March and April of 2021 several news stories. Trucking and transportation operators in the U.S. and Mexico violating the cabotage rules by misusing foreign B-1 visa drivers to deliver loads within the U.S. Now, the cabotage rules are supposed to prevent foreign nationals in the U.S. on B-1 business visitor visas from competing with U.S. truckers on loads moving from point to point in the U.S. That's meant to protect driver jobs in our U.S. trucking industry. Now, Reed and other trucking stakeholders told FreightWaves that the misuse of Mexico-based B-1 visa drivers creates unjust but significant savings to U.S. carriers that set up the outsourced B-1 driver fleets at a lower cost. The trucking company owner said the misuse of these B-1 drivers has got worse since FreightWaves first wrote about it 3 years ago. Even more trucking companies in the U.S. are employing the Mexican B-1 visa drivers to undercut trucking rates here, obviously while paying Mexico-based drivers less than U.S. truck drivers. It has definitely evolved over the last several years. I'm seeing more U.S. companies open a division in Mexico, then get drivers with B-1 visas, use them as drivers in the U.S. This is the next evolution in this. Now you see U.S. companies that have figured out how to get a paper company set up in Mexico. A Mexico-based driver with a B-1 visa can pick up a load in a Mexican city like Nuevo Laredo, right across the border from Texas. He then takes that load across the border to Laredo. That's legal. The driver can either deadhead back to Mexico or take another load headed directly back to Nuevo Laredo. Instead of returning to Mexico, B-1 drivers are hired by companies to pick up new loads and go further into the U.S., often taking the work for less pay. That is illegal. Carriers with divisions in Mexico sometimes put U.S. and Mexican license plates on the vehicles to allow them to put either a U.S. or Mexican driver in the truck. This has depressed rates, he says. Take a look at a load board. You can punch in South Carolina to Texas or Georgia to Texas. You're looking at 90 cents to $1 a mile. These are the guys using the B-1 visa guys. They price it that way because who else is going to do it for that rate? The B1 guy goes out to Georgia, back on the cheap, but the carrier that's in Atlanta, for example, doesn't understand why rates are really, really low going to Texas. This, he said, is the reason why these trucking companies will take whatever they can get back here because they have to. It's artificially blowing the rate model for everybody that maybe doesn't really understand why. While it's difficult to precisely assess how many carriers are involved in the practice of irregularly employing drivers with a B1 visa, there was a study by the Teamsters in 2019 that said the practice has become widespread in Nuevo Laredo nearly 20 years ago. The first B1 fleets appeared in Nuevo Laredo in the mid-2000s, and the number of B1 fleets and outsourcing setups has grown since, according to the Teamsters report. Empower LLC has not obtained reliable data about the total size of the labor market for B1 operators, but there are several open and some closed Facebook groups that serve as job forums for B1 drivers, thousands of members each. The most active of these has over 11,000 members, and it's almost exclusively frequented by employers and drivers based in Nuevo Laredo and Laredo, while the Teamsters study from Empower LLC focused on those two, Laredo and Nuevo Laredo. The practice of misusing B1 visa truck drivers has been alleged in many other cities along both the Mexican and Canadian borders. Several people have contacted FreightWaves about similar misuse of B1 visa truck drivers across Texas and New Mexico. One longtime truck driver who worked in the oil and gas industry told FreightWaves the misuse of B1 drivers is also, or was also, widespread in the Permian Basin in West Texas. I'm trying to recall. I think it was CDL Life last week that shared. It was actually a truck driver who was somewhere in Florida, and he was talking about this. It was kind of comical because look at this. He was saying, "Look at this stupid ass load. Look at this cheap ass load." It was to go, I believe, from somewhere. It was at the Tampa area, maybe, all the way to Phoenix, Arizona. And the load paid like $3,200. And he was saying, just my fuel cost alone are going to suck up. He said, at the end of the day, I'm only going to have a couple $100. This is nuts. Who would take a load? This is a $7,000 or $8,000 load, he said. So he called the number that was on the load board. Whoever answered, they're in Florida. Strong foreign accent, key number one. But she goes on to explain to him, no, this is not straight from, you pick up here in Tampa, and it's the second pickup is in, I think it was North Carolina. So you go from Tampa to North Carolina, pick up those two pickups, and then there's two drops out there in the Phoenix area. And that made it even that much worse. And he's like, so he would probably actually lose money by the time the fuel cost, and of course, you're no consideration for the miles, the maintenance. Probably, how could or would anybody take a load like that? And he asked, is $3,200 you can't come up a little bit on that? No, $3,200. That's the most I can offer. And he's like, lady, this is a $7,000-8,000 load. But he kind of ended the conversation. He said, some dumbass will take that load. I guess he's right. Taking a load that you're going to ultimately probably, at best, break even on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what does a new week hold? One thing we know is come later Monday afternoon. Forecast is today will begin yet another multi-day outbreak of potentially severe weather, including strong, long-tracking tornadoes. We'll break more down on our traveler's weather coming up here momentarily. Looks like a little Jimmy Big Rigger on the line. It's been a while.
Hey, Steve, how's Mom and them?
Doing well, thanks for asking. How about yourself?
That's pretty good. That's an old throwback to the Broadbank Birdcasting Corporation.
Correct.
Gary Burbank, you recognize that, I'm
how's
sure.
Mom and them? Yep.
Well, yeah, how's Mom and them? They good, he says. But anyhow, I just like to talk about Sleepy Joe's economy. You know, he claims things are going along swimmingly well, but how come I went to work for ABF and they laid me off after 6 weeks, and I've been laid off for 10 months now going on and having to, find whatever I can do to make ends meet. And don't even talk about going to Walmart and looking at the prices. You can get 3 sacks of groceries and that'd be $100 bill every time.
Mm-hmm.
And even going to the doctor, prices are increased. I don't know if you noticed that. Healthcare is up too.
Uh-huh.
I had a little ultrasound thing I did 7 months ago with my thyroid, and it was $110. But the other day I went back to $154, $44 increase. But things are going great, never better. But I did see a sign that says, you can save 30% by going back to Trump. I think we're just going to have to go back to Trump. What do you think?
I've seen some of those. Yeah, you can save 30% or more on your car insurance, right? And said, no, you can save 30% on everything by going back to Trump. Yes.
Exactly. I did apply to Estes, and I think that's a no-go. I had an interview. I thought everything was good, but I don't know if he saw on there that I used to work for Yellow, and then I'm laid off from ABF, and then probably the wheels started turning around in his head saying, well, he got laid off from ABF. They call him, he'll probably go back, and I probably would, but then I'd probably get laid off again come Christmas, but
yeah, really
don't know what to do, just, trying to figure it out, but hopefully in November things will turn around there, and if they can, the Republicans get their head out of the butt and not try to kick Mike Johnson out and bring another fiasco in the meantime, and fighting over who's going to be the speaker again. And then delay the important business of the people. But we just have to wait and see how it goes. But good to talk to y'all, and I do listen. I don't call in very often, but I do listen every chance I get. We're still out here.
Based on the call screener here, it's been damn near a year. June 1 of 2023, last time he checked in. So good to hear from you, little Jimmy Big Rigger. There you go. I mean, what he was describing kind of sounds like, what Brain Dead had talked about when he was looking for work following the demise of Yellow, that a lot of these Teamster drivers, other companies look at them and say, we don't want to bring the likes of those guys in here. Yeah, they'll be coming in and start talking about organizing, and it's almost like you're on a blackballed list because you worked for a Teamster company, and of course ABF also. There's Truck and Phil. Where you been? Happy Monday. Coffee up. Good morning, right? That's the price you're talking about. Up, and away. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Find that Super Bowl ring. I don't think they're going to find that. I have 71 Fort Wayne, 68 Sterling Heights, Michigan today as we get ready to kick it off. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back once again. Have a great week. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, good to hear from you. I'm guessing you might have been out for the week last week, a little vacation time. Hey, we went through several days. We didn't hear from Steve in Columbus for a few days as well. Let's see, coming up, a news break just ahead here, so stick around for that, and we'll come back with so many other bad things going on in the news. It's sometimes easy to forget that in this country, we are in the throes of a drug abuse epidemic. But the people of Austin, Texas, were jolted back to that realization last week when a mass overdose incident left multiple people dead there. Very, very sad, but more on the story coming up. First, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Texas people say at least 220 people have been rescued from flooded homes and vehicles because of rising rivers near Houston. Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo telling CNN no deaths or serious injuries have been reported. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, is announcing $400 million in funding to help boost security and safety measures at synagogues, mosques, and churches. The move comes on the heel of bomb threats at numerous synagogues in New York over the weekend. Senator Schumer speaking about the new law.
It allows you to put in cameras so you can detect who might do something to your synagogue. Fences, strong windows, and 2 years ago we modified it so you can actually hire personnel.
An investigation is continuing in Utah after a police officer is dead after being hit by a semi-truck during a traffic stop. This is USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source.
That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here at 844-844-3388. Yeah, for some they say it was a rude awakening in Texas. Austin, Travis County Emergency Medical Service officials reported an incredible 71 overdose cases were reported last week. 37 on Monday, 27 on Tuesday, another 7 Wednesday. According to KXAN television there in Austin, officials said at least 8 of those were opiate-related. It's apparent there is a deadly batch of illicit narcotics in our community, according to the assistant police chief. When the calls began flooding in, medics, police officers, the nonprofit group Texas Harm Reduction responded. EMTs reported handing out more than 400 doses of Narcan to help addicts combat their overdoses. According to the Texas Harm Reduction Alliance, the tainted drug causing the overdoses was widely spread and forced her group to take extra measures. We sourced more Narcan from other people in the community and made sure to have enough, and went back out and made a point to talk to every single person we encountered of what was going on. Like, there's bad drugs out here. for some people who maybe previously did not want to use Narcan, we took extra time training, talking them through. We tried to make sure everybody we could find knew what was going on. At least 8 died. The bad drugs seem to have first been distributed in Austin's downtown area, but the overdoses soon spread to other neighborhoods. In a separate report, KXAN reported that 2 suspects were later arrested on suspicion of selling the tainted drugs. 55-year-old Johnny Lee Wright, who was charged with a third-degree felony, possession of a firearm by a felon. He had several previous felony convictions. They also said they had surveillance video of Wright handing out the drugs in multiple hand-to-hand transactions. The video reportedly showed a man that police are calling a person of interest handing something to Wright, who then in turn hands the item to a customer. Police confirmed that the item Wright is supposedly handing out is the suspected narcotics. It's 844-844-3388. Sad, but it happens every day in this country. Lives being lost. Vic, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. On that subject real quick, that goes deeper even into the, I guess you would call it the legal system and everything. There's things going on within the legal distribution of prescription drugs that would kind of scare the daylights out of you. I think you mentioned one time you had a friend that actually thought he was taking a legal drug and died from fentanyl or something.
Correct. Yep.
Long story short, once a drug crosses a legal counter, it's not supposed to be brought back. And I can't say with 100% accuracy that's happening. But anyway, you were mentioning about the horses and all that. And I don't know why it didn't hit me until yesterday, but I thought, you know what, when I was talking about a lot of the horse people don't like to run in the Kentucky Derby because they're in the Ohio Valley. They have a problem with humans and animals and everything else breathing. And, for those horses to run in the Derby, they have to get there like in April. And you know how the truck show is there late in March. You never know what type of weather you're going to get down there. And it's that whole month of April training that they don't like to put their horses through. And they thoroughbreds, their bloodlines are getting so thin, and some of those horses, they actually have to give Lasix to them. It's not quite like the old days. And I guess the days of the infield at the Derby is over from what I've seen on the, I just seen it there on TV. I guess Sports Illustrated kicked in a bunch of money or something there. So that was kind of interesting. And then the other deal was with this Cinco de Mayo. I didn't catch your show early on, but I don't know if you've seen where they had to cancel some of the Cinco de Mayo celebrations in some of these cities because of the gang violence.
Correct.
The people shooting one another. So anyway, and I didn't really understand what Scarecrow was talking about. The UT's coming back to California because that's their home base and those ground crews. But that UT, that's a nasty plane to fuel, is all I can say. You have to use liquid oxygen, and it flies so high they have to make sure the fuel doesn't freeze up, and it's just a nasty plane to service, fly, or have anything to do with it. But it does fulfill a very good spot. But with the CIA, the Air Force, NASA, and NOVA, they all fly them, and it does. Respectively, it's still something that's going to be hard to replace. I understand they're trying to figure out how to replace it, but anyway, I kind of digress a little bit there on that topic. But the thing that I sent you about the judge ordering the disbandment of that
Yes.
corrupt unit, and they'd been around forever. That was what I was trying to explain or trying to make a point of last week. It's like, don't jump all over Mike Johnson and don't get involved in another speaker fight. We never should have been involved in the first one to begin with, because you have to realize this government requires a budget to run. And if we have a shutdown or if we don't pass a budget, it's going to do a lot of damage to us around the world. And we won't have money to fund the things we want to. And during the Obama administration, they showed how miserable that they could make it. They shut down things that they didn't like and still found ways to fund things that they did like.
Mm-hmm.
And that goes there like, with Schumer talking about they're going to put in cameras and all this other stuff. It's like, well, the first thing you do is make sure there isn't a need for those in the first place. And Schumer going out there and saying we need to replace Netanyahu and trying to undercut his authority and his alliance. What do you think that does to these people that want to go off the deep end? And back in the Reagan administration, they were wanting to do away with all this affirmative action stuff, and there were some right wingers that they went off the deep end and started committing atrocities against the minorities, and then Reagan's program, it just flew out the window because everybody was saying, well, look what these extremists are doing, in the name of Reagan. So you have to be careful when you're in a public position like that of the comments that you make, and the whole deal. I don't understand how, what are we here, 50, 60 years after Vietnam? We've seen the tunnel warfare, the guerrilla warfare, and everything else that went on. And Hamas is using the exact same tactics over there in Gaza. It's like, what does it have to take for these people to understand that we've been down this road so many times with these subversive groups? It's like, they're up against the wall. No, let's talk. Let's talk. And then they rebuild and regroup and everything. And then it's game on again. And I can't believe that these people just keep falling for the same thing over and over and over again. And Netanyahu is basically saying we're going to get rid of the Hamas, and after we get rid of Hamas and we get our hostages back, then we're going to go back and look at the governing authority of the Palestinians, regardless of the two-state solution. And remember, the Palestinians had their own governing authority, and they chose Hamas as their leadership. So all these students and everything protesting colleges and one thing and another, they obviously haven't studied the whole situation very well either. But the main thing is that, Biden and Schumer and the rest of these, they have to be careful how they choose their words, and, they're wanting to take Israel up to the International Court of Justice or whatever it is that they call it. And at the same time, they're not saying word one about what Russia is doing to Ukraine. And Ukraine is, the Russians are actually targeting civilian populations. Purely civilian populations. There is no guerrilla warfare in Ukraine, but there is a guerrilla warfare in Israel. And the Hamas or the terrorists, they're hiding amongst the civilians and civilian targets. And that's absolutely against international, I forget the name. Anyway, it's way wars are supposed to be conducted internationally. It's kind of like the Marcus and Queenberry laws in boxing, except for one thing. They're not, the terrorists, they don't use the rules. It's more like street fighting to them. So I don't know. It just kind of aggravates me that these people keep wanting to corrupt this country via elections. And, on the one side, I'm glad this Rick Grinnell and them finally got some push behind them and some authority. But people in this country, in the Republican group, they seem to want to think that everything's going to go off just hunky-dory with these elections. And the Democrats are constantly figuring out, how they can subvert the elections. So, by and large, if this group that they have formed, I've forgotten the name of it there, and they stay on their game and watch every move that the Democrats are making, and it's like, if you want to use lawfare against Trump, we can use lawfare against you. And that's like I was thinking over the weekend, anything said on the the floor of Congress, that's not subject to law or anything. And I don't know how they could go about doing it, but they have that gag order on Trump. If they allowed him to come in and speak on the floor of Congress, I don't know exactly how that would work. And every day at the end of Congress, they give them so much time, 5 minutes or something, for people to get up there and rant about something or whatever. And I would, Trump may not have to directly talk about his problems, but it's just the way the court system has become. And before every dictatorship, the court system usually becomes highly corrupt. So I can't stress enough, if you go back and study all these different dictatorships and how they came about, you will see that the court system right in the final stages were used, and for whatever reason, I don't know. I don't know really what the Democrats' end game is. And real quick, I was just happened to think about that deal, Christy Nome and stuff, talking about shooting a dog and a goat and all that. I guess the person writing her book, that's not anything unusual in a rural community. But to the rest of the people, they got all upset about it. But if you have a chicken killing dog, it's not anything unusual to dispense with it, or it didn't used to be. There's not that many people that have chickens in their backyard or small farms, but that was something that wasn't allowed. And if you had a wild animal like a goat or something that was attacking kids and other people, that was a liability concern. And,
I believe Kirsty over the weekend, I think she said something along the lines that Joe Biden's dog should have been put down. I mean, because how many Secret Service agents has that damn dog bit?
I don't know. I think they're up to about more than 10 incidents that we know about, and probably more than that.
Yeah.
It just, I love animals and love dogs and everything, but sometimes, I don't know, something just happens to them, and I don't know. I just happen to think about, does your dog still have convulsions or stuff, or did they ever figure out what that was? Or,
not nearly.
I think you were saying
every once in a blue moon now, but I stopped giving them the flea and tick stuff, the oral medicine. I started giving him the stuff you put on the back of the neck, and I haven't got his rabies booster. I'm not supposed to admit that, because I think that's what was actually doing it.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well, if you thought it was flea and tick stuff, you can use what's called that diatomaceous earth. It's actually, there's no chemicals to it. It's just a real abrasive type of soil that you can put into it. And the fleas literally tears the guts out of them and stuff when they get into that and try to eat that dirt. So, but anyway, I'm really getting way off into the weeds here now. But I just, like I said the dog, I like working with dogs and, shepherds or Doberman pinchers, or I'm not too crazy about the Rottweilers and the pit bulls and all that stuff, although the Rottweilers and the pit bulls, they're kind of a reflection of their owner's personality. And I'm sorry to say there are a lot of dog owners out there that try to use their dogs as a projection of, I don't know what you say, masculinity or whatever, even women or whatever. They try to use them as an intimidation factor, and the dogs pick up on that pretty quick. And they try to please their master and get themselves in trouble. So Anyway, before I get really off into the weeds there, I'll let you go. But the main thing is, I'm glad that the people there are crafting a message there before, like with Rick Grinnell and that bunch. It's like, if the Democrats want to do this kind of stuff, we're not going to allow you to get away with corrupting the government. And Chuck Schumer, the reason that they're able to get away with a lot of this stuff was that Chuck Schumer refused to allow the impeachment trial of Mayorkas. And then he comes back and says, well, you need to put up cameras and do this and do that.
Right.
It's like, no, you need to look at yourself first, clean up everything, and make sure that the people don't go off the deep end, because there's people out there that have no prejudice whatsoever against Jews or anything else, but they have an opportunity to create some confusion. Anarchists, they used to be called Anarchist International, and they would just go wherever there's conflict and create that.
And I think that's exactly what we've got in this country today. The Summer of Love 2020. Yeah, they were in cities all over the country. So you had a little bit of a lull, but they've found their next opportunity. These people come in, no matter what the actual protest is about, they use various protests to try to bring their particular narrative in. Whatever most often it's a cause that has nothing to do, like right now, what's supposed to be the pro-Palestinians. Many of them are there, nothing to do with that.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing at Transcap. We're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing, BS, and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds, or call 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
All right, heading round and third, headed for home. Hello, Knuckle Buster.
Thanks for having me back again, Mr. Steve Summers. If I have to ask how much something is, I probably can't afford it, Steve. You ever dreamed of sleeping in a round red bed and all the Ferrari cars out of the museum pointed towards you? Well, the Ferrari Museum is an Airbnb now, but they don't list the price and how long you can stay. So I was just at the pass on that one there. I don't know how true all this. This is what I read in one article. Up there in Newark, Ohio, they had a billboard of Joe and Kamala and had Dumb and Dumber under it. All right. Well, they've got a new one up there now. It's a picture of Jill Biden saying, "For the love of God, please stop." He thinks his name is Brandon now. So, let's go, Brandon. Way to go, buddy. All right. Well, that's all my bull on the. I'll shut up so somebody else can get in there. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers.
All right. Yeah, I don't think you'll have time for any additional calls. But, yeah, one final quick check. Traveler's weather brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. Dozens of tornadoes are expected starting later today. The atmosphere is kind of recharging, and this is a very reminiscent setup to what we saw back there Friday, Saturday, Sunday, week before this past. Thunderstorms expected to quickly fire up Monday afternoon from west central Kansas north into Nebraska. Right here, the biggest threat will initially be from large hail. But with the twisting winds in the atmosphere, there is an elevated risk for supercells and tornadoes, which can begin later in the afternoon today. Supercells expected to fire by the mid to late afternoon hours from western Oklahoma to western Kansas before moving east into the nighttime hour. Not only will these storms likely contain a few tornadoes, but also giant damaging hailstones. And there is the risk for a few strong, long-tracked tornadoes as well. So be careful out there. When we come back at the midnight hour, we'll have all the latest and cover things live on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.